Seraphim, you have the floor.
We are live.
Okay, so for the people in chat real quick, we cut to cough cough Toby's late and I couldn't stream. Very sorry. I would have been the one streaming if I could have. Sorry. Anyways, long story short, we cut back to a different loop. Honestly, I'm glad that one wasn't cut on camera because we probably couldn't have posted on Twitch. The loop went real bad in Australia. So bad that people are censoring it from their memories to some extent. The two people who can remember it. And we cut to the new loop where they have crash landed on Zealandia, having been cast away for 6 days, almost a week, now being finally on shore. And we cut into the conversation. We're going to lose Turl at some point. Kenji overslept. Unfortunate. Normal Saturday session will be normal Saturday session. We'll have Arson back and everyone will be on, hopefully. We wanted to do this extra one because the loops went kind of, all over the place. Anyways, without further ado, into it, guys.
We're crashed. Are we in Zealandia or are we still on the ocean currently?
On Zealandia. You crashed onto one of the islands, though. Not the Zealandia itself. But you are on a, currently, as far as you can tell, somewhat abandoned island. Because in case you didn't know, in real life, Zealandia is a thing. It just sunk below the ocean. New Zealand used to be significantly larger. There's a submerged subcontinent. And that's why a lot of the islands that exist around there are there. They're just high parts of the underground thing. So in this world, the sea level is slightly lower because it's bigger. And so this is just a lot of islands and a bigger landmass of what used to at one point be the real world Zealandia. But that's beside the point. Yeah, so you're on an island. You can see the mainland, though, and, like, the very far of your vision. It probably won't be too hard. And despite this place being abandoned, it's not, like, dangerous as far as you can see. The mana is significantly less intense here than it was when you were sailing past Australia. Even people without mana senses can easily tell that. There's also a handful of tropical trees. This is the season in which coconuts are ripe. So there is, like, good coconuts. There's a handful of, like, perhaps, like, a single wild pig, like a handful of things. You think possibly during low tide or something, there might be, like, very shallow water in which land animals are capable of getting to this island, which is likely how there's only, like, a handful of them, because there's definitely not enough to support the species. You're on, like, a very small island, which is probably why no one lives here, because it's just very off in the distance.
Mm-hmm. The land, will sigh. Okay. Let's get camp started so I can actually sleep.
I will say this: everyone's on full health and full mana at this point.
Still tired though.
So, exhausted, yes.
Yeah.
But you're exhausted, but you would have gotten like 6 long rests and had food, meaning you would have regenerated even though it was slow. So, like, you'd probably be at full, to be fair.
Yeah. Still feel the muscle atrophy though.
Yeah.
I do have a question. That -1 social link, was that just with Kamo or for everybody?
Probably everyone, to be real.
Depends. I don't think he went too far into deep. But for Kamo, he hasn't told you what happened.
I'm thinking at this point, because Zephyrim knows it is definitely not the easiest thing to go through, which is the death. At some point, he will ask to talk to you, just so you know. Not right away, because we got to set up camp, but it probably happened tonight after camp is set up.
Kamo will. He's basically getting stuff ready to find somewhere to actually sit down, get some other foods, maybe roast that pig. I don't know.
Probably quite easy, yeah. You see Arson run over and grab the pig with relative ease.
How clear is the water over here?
Pretty clear.
Still salt water.
Still salt water, yes.
It
Can
doesn't count him.
can I like get in the super shallow end, like up to my ankles, right? Not
Mhm.
super far out. And any fish that I can see, I would like to grab with my telekinesis, bring it back to shore, kill it, and then put it over by the camp. And I'm just gonna keep
Okay.
doing that.
How put off would you be if you saw a megalodon, hypothetically?
As long as, I'm in the shallow end, so like put off that I'm in the water, but like as long as I don't go in, be okay.
As you begin dragging fish to shore, you get a couple of them. However, you eventually see a big pair of jaws just go and swim away. As you do quickly realize these shallows are the prime hunting ground of megalodons. Megalodons in the real world were actually shallow water coastal sharks. They were
Yeah.
not deep water predators, so you are aware you're in prime megalodon territory.
Well, it's a good thing I do not plan on going any further than ankle deep.
Guys, I can talk to them. We can be friends.
No,
do you
please
talk
don't.
to the megalodon?
Mega bro, calm down. I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
It's okay,
You
Mega bro.
see its cold, dead shark eye look at you as you say words to it, and then keep swimming, and it's gone.
It's okay, Mega bro.
Mega
Hell
bro.
yeah. Mega bro, chill.
Take a chill pill, bro.
Okay. Look at that. We got food. I don't know. Put the boat up as like a tent or something. Put it against like a tree.
Yeah, it's pretty broken at this point. You can turn it into a makeshift shelter with relative ease.
Get some coconuts for water, and I'm gonna lay down.
You do so.
Unless somebody wants to wake me up. Stairs.
Does someone wake him up?
Stairs.
We go on this.
I do want to talk to him. So before he goes to bed, Kamo, can we talk real quick?
Yeah, it was gonna happen eventually.
First,
Okay, come on.
I want to say I'm sorry. I don't know exactly what you went through, but I know how my ability works, and it's never easy, no matter how many times it's happened to me. I remember every second of it, every bit of pain that went through my body. That is something I'll never forget. And that's just how my brain works. So again, I don't know what you went through, but I feel a tinge of the same, I don't know, trauma in me. Like what you went through affected me as well in some way, and I don't know. This is my first time sharing any of my so-called lives with anybody, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
As you look into his eye holes, you can tell he is sincere. However, a weird, deep feeling inside of you still holds absolute resentment. Because this man, obviously, yeah. However, you can, as you tell, he's being sincere. You know that in sharing a life, he also shared his brain juice with you, and the trauma of your own death will never leave you, no matter how many loops happen. It will always be in the forefront of your mind, as unlike him, your brain does not have unlimited storage. But that is outside of your brain storage. It's in your soul's storage. That trauma's a part of you forever.
Yeah.
Damn. This is so realistic.
Kamo will look to you, Seraphim.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda sigh.
Stab you 17.
Yeah.
No. And will very gently, with the palm of his hand, tap you on the side of the neck 2 times, say, "It happens. Don't infect me again."
I won't. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would have that effect. I was hoping it would help in some way. But from now on, my power will be my power, and it'll be my burden, not yours.
You. It's important to talk through trauma. Do you want to know what happened?
If you're willing to share, I will listen.
I bit through my own neck.
Seraphin's eyes will go wide. Um,
It hurt. I
yeah.
wanted Uriel to kill me, but he was a bit too worried. I guess I put too much hope into him, but it makes sense that he'd be scared. You want to know the worst thing here? I know exactly what I taste like now. I've never bit somebody with my own abilities before. It's never happened. The only time it's happened was with my mom, and I was like a baby. But with my hand bites, I was scared to use them because I was scared that I would like the taste of blood.
Mm.
And through this experience, I think I do.
Oh no.
I mean, it was a valid fear, and given your genetics, it's not unlikely.
Sharks don't like all blood, they like fish blood. That's what they gorge on. It's been shown that they don't show ravenousity and exposed to human blood.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was your blood, and you have human blood, but
I am human. Period. It just confirms what I thought. But I needed to tell somebody that wasn't someone I consider family.
I get that.
So, yeah.
I won't tell anybody. That's safe with me.
I have a question.
Yeah, feel free.
What's your mom like?
Rise, would I have met her and like would I know her?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right,
You
wasn't
know
sure.
stories of her, and the thing is, you were a failed experiment and you died. Meaning you have perfect memory, so you may have seen her a single time.
Mm-hmm.
Or like maybe two, maybe three.
Mm-hmm.
Times. Very, very limited exposure.
Okay.
However, yeah, you like I said, you would have heard of stories and stuff.
Okay. Um. Okay, I know how I'm doing this then. I can remember exactly what she looks like, but that's only one memory I have. That's it. I don't know what she sounds like. I don't know what she's like except from stories. None of them good. So I'm I don't know. I'm sorry I can't answer your
Yeah.
question.
Hmm. I see. Seraphim, I'm really conflicted, man. You are a lot of trouble. And I'm trying to be really helpful here. But I felt it when I got pulled back. I felt time rip me back. There's hatred there.
Mhm.
Yeah, Mr. X, I need you to write something else on your character sheet. I will type it to
Yeah.
you in private, but this might affect
Oh?
roleplay, so maybe uh hold off for like literally 1 second if you would.
Can I
Got
talk
you. I
in
bite
response to what you
Seraphim's
said?
head
Yeah.
off.
Yes.
Okay. I understand the feeling of being ripped back through time. And I've had that hatred towards myself for letting myself die. Not really for the people that kill me. The fact that I allowed myself to die again. I don't resent you for that. And I understand why. And I understand that I am trouble. Mm.
Oh. Oh. And that just is that what appears in my brain?
That's what appears in the brain, having been exposed to Genesis, because technically, I did not remember this until this point. He used Genesis to cheat a life, which he is allowed to do. By technically, if he gives all 3 lives out, if he dies, it just auto enters a nightmare. So you can technically, even though he only has 3 lives, he can cheat it once, but that enters a nightmare. You broke that cycle, which means you get that information as part of this. Like I said, the trauma's emblazed on your soul, and the more you think about it, the more you focus on it, a small part of the nightmare's eye falls upon you. And you know that information. And you know you don't want to know that information. And you
Yeah,
know
I know.
that, and you also know that the world doesn't want you to know that information. It was neither of yours choices. Yeah, I'll add that actually.
If it was up to you, Seraphim,
Mm-hmm.
and you were in my situation, Seraphim,
Mm-hmm.
what would you do here?
That's a good question. Mm. Oh, well, I'm not you. So anything I say here won't really suit you. The way I think will be always be different from what other people think and from one person to another. I
Kama
in the
puts his
end of the
hands in his hand.
in the end of the day, you guys are all young and shouldn't have to worry about all of this. This is not oh, this is not a worry for you guys to bear.
This is a worry for me to bear. Zerafin, I get it now. I get why you. I didn't even know when they said, "Oh, he's worth 500 billion alive." I didn't get it, but now I do. You're Zerafin. You're
500
like
million.
500 million. You're immortality in a bottle, Zerafin. You are you are the key to ultimate world power. Your genetics and your code is a golden ticket to genetic innovation. And no one can have you because if they do, this world's balance is damned. Why'd it have to be me to figure this out? I couldn't it have been Turiel or somebody?
Turiel, you sneeze.
Man.
Oh,
In a more serious note, however,
Mm-hmm.
the save point moves to right here.
okay.
Do you reclaim the life from arson?
Yes, I'll do so.
Noted. You have all 3 lives.
Okay, let me write that
And the save point
You're
is
ready to
on this
lose one.
abandoned island. And terrifyingly, X, you feel the last bit of his power leave you, and you are aware the save point has moved up.
down. As this
Why'd you
happens, I will look at Kamo. I told you. It's now my burden alone. No one else will share this burden but me.
The world shares the burden.
No, I mean the trauma of remembering. That is but my burden alone.
Oh,
You will
man.
never have to remember again what happens in the lives that I live. I will not put that upon any of you. Only,
Amo
no, not even if you ask me.
very quietly places his hand on his shoulders. Seraphin, you don't get it. It's so much bigger than you, man.
I know my mom wants me to cut me open and experiment on me.
Oh, man, your mom's not even the end of it. You don't
I
get
know.
it.
I know
You
my mom's not.
know. I don't care about your mom, dude. It was a rhetorical question to see if you had any kind of moral compass that was built by a maternal figure in your life. That's what the question was. It was to gauge your psyche.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I
The
missed that
world
entirely.
Did he pass?
probably knows exactly what's going on.
I gotta dip a little bit, guys. Sorry,
Oh,
but
you're good.
I'll see y'all later.
Yep, I
Peace.
got 15 minutes before I gotta dip as well because I gotta work tomorrow.
Look, Zarafin, it isn't your burden alone.
No,
Yes,
that's not.
you might be the only living creature to remember, but the world will. Uh, this is. I'm just a guy. Okay, you know what? I'm just a guy. I don't even know if I can be just a guy anymore. We're gonna go to Zealandia next. We're gonna be doing stuff over there. And our job here is to get strong. The main mission is to defeat the Jade Arbiter. Anything else is secondary.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll a lot of my ability, shadow ability, is mainly for scouting at this point. I think maybe I should work on.
Also teleporting.
Okay.
People can feel that. I can feel that.
I didn't know people could feel that. That's my bad.
Yes. People can feel that. Maybe like try to like I don't know, do something else with your shadows. I don't know, turn them to spikes or something. Turn them tangible. I don't know.
That's
Do
what
something.
I was just working on saying. Let me work on making it more offensive or defensive instead of just
Yeah.
sensory and
Like,
hiding.
you know, because I'm just saying, try that because me and Ken and your boy, we have something that we can do like the physicals. All right,
Mm-hmm.
just try to stay alive
Yeah.
and do something about that. Your mana is leaking everywhere.
Right.
You smell like a car battery. Do
Oh.
something about it, please.
Oh, didn't know my mana was leaking. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
How do I fix that?
I don't know. Do I look like a mana instructor? My mana is
Yeah.
inside my body. Thank you.
That's true. I'm not. I don't smell. You don't smell like a car battery, I guess.
No, I just smell like dead fish and dead skin. I'm going back to bed. Good night, Seraphim.
Good night, Kamo.
Okay,
Seraphim.
he goes. Epiton, what are you doing, Seraphim? I guess we'll keep going even after, though, even though we'll only have 2 people, because I don't want to leave off on literally abandoned island, and you two are getting into RP pretty good. So, like, I know why I have permission from Sam to be Sam. Kenji just, like, got exhausted, and Turl also got exhausted. So, Lucian, if you're gonna do any RP, do it now. And then, we will simply say that I'll be Arson. You two will keep going a little bit. I don't want to go too far without everyone else, obviously, but like we'll go a little bit further just for the sake of not having a 20-minute VOD.
Mm-hmm.
And Kenji will just be completely out of the picture, and Ambrosio. We'll play that one by ear.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, go on, Lou. You have the floor while you're here. Hopefully, we can get you good by then.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go bother Kamo before I leave.
Okay, Terrell wakes you up, combo.
Oh, yes. Yeah. What's going on?
Okay.
Okay.
I couldn't help but overhear some things.
Right.
very small island, you know.
Yeah.
He is dangerous.
Very much.
And it seems you've been hurt really bad.
Not by him.
Hmm.
Curiel, the only person who's hurt me is me.
But if it
Do you want
wasn't
to
an
hurt me?
option, I don't want to hurt you.
Good. It was the best option that we could have taken. Trust me.
Of all the times that I trust you, all the time, this is probably the one actually question.
You can ask me any question you want here. I'll be an open book. I'm not going to lie to you, Turiel.
Good. You know, I was You dodged a question earlier. I don't, but it's been itching at me. What were you going to say?
Uh, it wasn't too important. It was a stress-related idea that I had in my brain. Uh, you you have this feeling in you, right?
Mhm.
This dark-seated feeling in you, Toriel. How do you deal with that?
I make art.
Art.
I find ways to distract myself. It doesn't ever way. It's kind of hard to explain.
I think I get it.
Yeah. But you do find people that make it better while they're
Yeah.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, I guess.
Hmm.
You know, when I said I was really envious of your abilities, I really did mean it.
I wasn't always this precise or this strong. Very, very. My mother was fun. Um, she did a lot of experiments to get me up to the Sinclair standard. They locked me in a hyperbolic chamber with this glowing ball thing for 3 days before I figured out how to access it. And then bad shit happened. It sounded like guns were being shot around the house. I couldn't leave. I had just enough energy to push the bulkhead open. And then, out of fear that somebody else would attain this object, I took it within myself. And it undid everything around me. My home, my mother, the assailant, reduced to atoms. And then I was abducted by a plane? I don't know. But then you were there. And it got a little better.
I didn't know.
Okay. But I know that you are strong. And if I can manage this with you, then I think I can help you handle your thing. I think. Maybe. I don't know.
Hmm. It's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad you're here, Toriel.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine at this point, Kamo is still laying flat on his back, looking up. I figured you'd be standing atop him.
Yeah.
Kamo will then grab you and then pull
Okay.
you into a bear hug.
Oh. He will just freeze for a second and then, like, as best as he understands how, return the hug.
You got Xeraphon tearing up over here.
Okay,
Well,
enough of that.
Yep,
Gotta pay
enough of that.
attention.
Yep. Yep, I gotta go to bed, guys. It was great.
Good night.
All right. Yep, you guys have a good night. Ugh.
Good night.
Nah. Yeah, I gotta go to the deal bit longer just for sake of the video. But anywho, you two go EP. Having let everything set in from the night before. And weirdly, you feel time move forward yet again. As you go to sleep, you know that the loop has once again been pushed forward. You think no one can escape at this point, that this is a set timeline. You're on this island after having had all these conversations. This is it now. It takes you a couple days. Coconuts, and some roasted boar, cooked fish, some various little tiny berries and other such things that you wish you had, honestly. You make an island living for a little bit and start measuring the tides to figure out when you can actually walk safely and not have to risk dangerous hunters in the ocean.
Hmm.
And eventually, you get to the real shore of Zealandia. Everyone's at full health, full mana, no longer exhausted, full shielding. And you're on the real coast now. You see in the distance hobbit holes on the side of hills. You see some more Pacific Islander like style housing closer toward the beaches, and then in the far distance you may even see a real like city. However, it seems to have a much more rustic feel than how the Institute ever did. It almost reminds you of your home, Zarafin.
Okay.
Because like you obviously live in the middle of the forest and things of that nature.
Mhm.
But like Kaba, this is probably the first time you've seen like a little rustic village like this, because most of the institution is, like I said, artificial turf, beach. You know that like place like this exists. It's not a huge culture shock, because places like that exist in the institute. You just never personally been there. So this is a kind of new experience to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question real quick.
Oh, what's that?
In that village that I grew up in, would I have had like any kind of martial training?
Oh, absolutely none. No.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't know. Okay.
Perhaps the bare bones basic, but even then you could totally reset your muscle memory. So
Right,
it wouldn't matter.
right. I was just curious if I would have remembered any of the train. Like, I know I wouldn't have the muscle memory, but like if I had any training at all, that's what I wasn't worried. I didn't know about.
Yeah, so very basic. You probably would have learned. I forget the martial arts name off the top of my head, but it's like gentleman's krakat or something like that. It's literally an old like European martial arts, which is, oh, every man should know the bare basics to defend himself. And it would teach you basic things like a very simplistic parry and how to beat people with a cane, essentially.
Ah, okay.
So, so
I
like
see.
that's pretty much it. It's not a proper. It teaches you like the old timey British scrapping method,
Yeah,
essentially.
I got you.
And so like I said, it's not very intense or like mana enhanced or anything like that. It's just very basic. You may
Very
be
elementary, my dear. Hmm.
exactly, yeah.
I got you. Well, that
Mm.
means they must have had some kind of cane sword. Hmm. Hmm.
Well,
Serapis is
Hmm.
thinking loudly about a cane sword. And he's like, oh, is that what you need to beat the Jade Arbiter? Arsenal asks excitedly.
Oh, I don't. I was just thinking out loud. Um, I need training
Oh, well,
martially.
well,
That's all.
whatever you need, let me know. So he is, you see, he's very giddy, weirdly. Like, this is a new experience for you, and he seems to be very almost like just somewhat infatuated with you to some extent. Where he's like, yeah, if you need anything at all, just let me know. Mhm.
Thank you,
And
Arson.
we'll
I
use it to
much
beat the
appreciate it.
Jade Arbiter.
Hmm.
Mm.
To do so, Arson, we have to get stronger. We have to work up your memory too. See if we can help you remember some stuff.
Speaking
Not
of
the
getting
line, is
stronger,
it? He looks at you.
ugh, where are we?
Did you Ambrosio? I guess I'm Ambrosio. I mean, sure, yeah, sure. Turtle's just very silent after that conversation, and Kenji's an eepy little monkey in your kangaroo pouch yet again. And
Locked in
just
too hard.
yeah, he locked in too hard to beat the fucking Allosaurus on his own.
It's absorbing the XP right now.
Yeah, he's eating it right now, actually. But it's the goat. How can we say? I guess I'll be Ambrosio. Yeah. So Ambrosio will go. Yeah. We are currently, but he gives you like the exact like longitude or latitude and longitude, and you're in Zealandia.
Right. Ugh. Well, something's got to happen if we keep on walking.
Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of my home city, my hometown.
Mm.
Zerfin will
Uh,
smile slightly, thinking about it, and then thinks about how it ended, and the smile will fade. He just looks sad
as you
as he
see your
follows
smile
behind you.
fade, you see Turl and Ambrosio fall down unconscious immediately. Kama, you look down at Kenji, and Kenji is even more asleep than he was a moment ago. Honk, me. Honk, me. And then, Kama,
Well,
you feel something hit your neck,
Ah,
oh, darts.
and you're really tired suddenly. You have
See
like
you
2
guys.
cents. He falls to the ground unconscious.
is everybody
You think
unconscious at this
it's
point?
just you and Arson at this point, Sarah.
Do I see anything?
No, not at all.
What the hell, Arson? What do we do?
He's like,
uh,
I'll do whatever you want.
oh,
What are we doing? Give me the command.
grab up who you can. We gotta go.
So he runs and he grabs Kenji and Kamo in one hand, and honestly, he'd probably grab Ambrosio because he's been more useful than Turtle. Like they're pretty on
Okay.
par with each other, but slightly because he at
Yeah.
least he knows where he is all the time. So he grabs those 3, and as he's running, you see, all of a sudden he stops, and then he poofs into leaves, and all the people
What?
he was holding poof into leaves too,
Oh,
leaving just you and an unconscious Turtle on the floor.
Turiel, please wake up. I'm gonna start trying to wake up Turiel.
You start trying to wake him up, and you see he also gets swallowed by the ground, poofing into leaves.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of say out. All right, all right. What do you want? Obviously, you just wanted me, or you wanted to talk to me, or you wanted them out of here. What's going on? His
A
hands kind of
small
up to his
creature
side.
walks up to you. And when I say small, I mean like 1 foot tall,
Okay.
and is wearing a coconut as armor,
Hello there.
and it stabs your toes.
Oh, hey, please stop. And I'm gonna back
And
away a
as
little
it
bit.
does, a weird symbol glows on the like tiny dart it used to stab your toes. And all of a sudden, trees or branches wrap around you and rapidly pull you in the ground faster than you can react. You poof into leaves too.
What the hell?
And then all of you wake up.
Mhm.
And you're in a weirdly lavish bedchamber, actually.
Mm.
It's actually quite nice, and there's like refreshments laid out for you. Um, a variety of meats, cheeses, a handful of selection of wine, tropical juice, uh, coconut water. There's some like coconut flesh chunks as well,
Mm.
fruits, cheeses, and meats laid out for you to eat at your own pleasure, it would seem. And you quickly check the door. One of you guys would, like, Joe will go over and
Mhm.
you quickly text it. It's like, where are we? And it's unlocked. You seem to have free reign of wherever you've been led.
Can I look out a window if there's windows?
There's no windows.
Okay, so
Mm.
assumably we could be underground. Um,
Well,
Ambrosio says you are, in fact, underground.
did you see anything whenever we were unconscious?
No, but by the taste of the air, he licks the wall.
What?
And the wall. I can tell where exactly.
50 meters underground, and we're further inland than we were before. You can tell by the soil and the leaves.
It has more clay
Oh.
built into the walls here.
Okay. Seraphim, did you see anybody else who was awake before I was? After I was.
Actually, I got
Unconscious.
stabbed in the toes by a little coconut man.
Can you do more specifics?
He was about 1 foot tall and wore a coconut, and he stabbed me in my toes, and then I got wrapped.
Like facial features, or because I can do a creature, they can maybe figure out what he is.
Oh, okay. Do I not remember any facial features? Of course I do. I can
There was
remember.
like a face drawn on the coconut.
Oh, it was just he literally it was a coconut mask, and the face was drawn on the mask.
Monster to try.
That's all
You
I-
watched a lot of movies, comma. You have advantage
Yeah.
on this.
Why am I thinking of Moana, the little coconut people?
Because that's exactly what it is.
That's a 22.
It's the little creatures from Moana.
Oh, it's the little dudes from Moana.
Oh, they're real? I thought Moana was
Yeah, dude.
okay.
Moana's a biography.
Oh, I didn't. I guess I didn't know that. I
You
mean,
didn't,
so
dude. It literally said so. I wouldn't.
I guess I didn't watch it that closely. Anyway, I wanted to explain how we got here. At least I saw what happened to you guys. You all turned into leaves, which kind of freaked me out a bit, especially when I had Arson pick all y'all up, and I was gonna grab Turiel and run, and then you all vanished to leaves. And that was just me and Turiel's unconscious body. And then the coconut thing stabbed my feet, and I got wrapped up by a tree and sucked to the ground. So don't know why they saved me for last.
I don't know.
I don't know, but
But
that
they seem
coconut
pretty
water
friendly.
looks real good, and I'm gonna try it.
Okay. Take a drink.
I'm gonna take a drink of the coconut water.
It's just coconut water, delicious.
Okay. Yummy. Yeah, it was good. Good job. Honestly, they did a good job. Separating it out too. Damn.
Well,
There's-
okay. Look, we gotta move.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Maybe there's chill.
So you guys go, and you quickly realize, despite having full rain, you have a lovely, lavish manor. You have a full library in 3 bed chambers. You have a full kitchen stocked with goodies. You have what looks like a living room, but there's no TV, unfortunately.
Mm.
You even have a training facility. There's a small, even further underground place, and it's very basic. It looks more like a home gym than anything, but there are weights and a handful of it looks very old timey, but like runes carved into the walls and sigils carved across the floor.
Actually,
Oh, nice.
I have a question.
What's
Would
that?
I know these creatures?
No, probably not.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was one of my tribe's allies or anything like that. I wasn't sure.
I mean, suppose I'll give, because the thing is, Kamo is actually like Pacific Islander and like nationality and was from the Institute, and he liked not only movies but probably myths and things like that too. And so, these creatures are called Kakamora. They are they are like a Pacific Island myth. Long ago, a god cursed these creatures to never be able to find their home. So they aimlessly sail the sea in a desperate attempt to find their home. However, you know that their home was an isle off the coast of where modern day Zealandia is. It looks like these little guys found their way home somehow, or weren't affected by the curse in some way.
Very
So these
cool.
are not cursed Kakamor.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, these guys should be probably chill. Um,
I mean, this
just
is
be polite.
amazing. Yeah.
Um, more than likely, people will come here or whatever will come here because I imagine are like the exits closed, the actual manor part.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. So you
Yeah.
have everything you could need: training, food, bed chambers. You even have like a nice sauna, uh, with like hot water coming down here, and like other bathing facilities. The training room. You quickly realize as Ambrosio freaks out and goes light mode, and he blasts a hole straight through one of the training dummies. The training dummy quickly re-knits itself with tree bark, growing back. So infinitely
Oh,
regenerating
yeah.
training dummies. However, there's no doors or windows at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, we needed that time to get ourselves ready for what's happening outside because that can never happen again.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like the perfect opportunity.
I
And
mean,
then
I can't argue with that.
in the middle of the library, rooms will begin to glow, and a man in a green robe will appear, flanked by like 6 Kakamora and 2 other humanoid entities. One slightly smaller than what you would expect a normal human to be, but not like little person level, just like actually like we're talking like king level, like like
Okay.
Okay.
jester level,
Board. Point.
just barely above. Sure, yeah. So, anyways, you see like that, and you see a person who is clearly taller than him, and Zerfin,
Yeah.
the leader, wears the same medallion, the same
Sorry.
medallion. 50% a gift, but yeah, the same medallion as what your cult leader used to.
Oh, is it? So, did we bow to the leader or anything,
Uh,
respectfully or any? No.
Sometimes, I guess, probably sometimes, but usually only like ceremonially. If you just like, 'cause there's a small community. If everyone was bowing every time they see him, it'd be like bowing 8 times a day or something crazy like that.
I gotcha. I mean, if it was like the military, you only had to salute to one person once
Mm-hmm.
in the day, and if you saw them in the next day, you salute
Again,
again.
yeah.
But if this is the same day, you don't salute more than once.
Yeah, that's probably what it would be in that case. It'd
Okay.
be something similar to that. Because like I said, during ceremonial things, because you guys did do like ceremonial things and probably would have like a daily ceremony. Maybe not every single day, but like every other day sort of thing. Because you were like chroniclers. Like you would like share information regularly, study, and like do other things to like enhance the community fairly regularly. Like in those events when he would like come out and be like, "Ah, yes, let us begin the festivities" or whatever, then you'd probably
Okay.
give like a polite bow and applause or something of that nature. But yeah,
Then I will bow now and just uh, hello, sir. I guess would be what I would say. Hello, sir.
you,
And
and
I'll
he
bow.
points his staff at you as the Kakamora quickly pull out shell-like tools and blowguns.
Whoa. Um, I'm sorry. I must be misunderstanding the situation. What did I
You
do?
have committed a grave sin against the order. You lost the heart of Tatiana by your own hands. He points his staff at you yet again.
What's the heart, Tatiana?
Um, it was the pride of my village.
Oh man.
I
Because of
was
Apologize,
this,
dude.
You both look at it, and yeah, they quickly look to him. He taps his staff on the ground, and quickly books all fly around, and a weird green wisp of energy appear, and almost like holographic projections from the books, some of them will come out, and he will say, "Because of this, the ley lines that connected us to the Fae and to the Woodways have been severed, cutting off communication. You were told to protect this treasure above all else. It is not your fault that the others died. However, it is your fault that the communication networks have been severed. And now you come to our doorstep. What
What
say you in your defense, devil?"
real quick, Rise. Would I have known that there was other
Yes,
sectors?
you just
Okay.
didn't talk to them.
Oh,
Because
okay.
the thing is, you were fairly secretive. Because, like I said, your community was very, very close knit, and you were raised by them for the most part after having escaped from Haywood,
Mhm.
having run across the world in a very similar situation to this, actually, hopping ship to ship, staying hidden, things of that nature, before eventually stumbling across them and being taken in. However, you knew there was other sects of your organization, chroniclers of ancient history who preserve the old ways in secretive places. However, you knew what those other secretive places were. For example, the Cursed Isle, this place, its own navigators can't find it. So the curse protects these people from visibility, or the woodways of the Fae, the place between places in the woods that make the Black Forest and other entities in Central Europe bigger when you
Mhm.
enter the woods. Things of that nature was what protected your old village, as people would just get lost in the woods and see them as mundane, walking through them and avoiding the patches in which you live. So you know of certain other locations where there are hidden places where the mythical and the modern meet and chronicle the ancient ways and follow them above what modern society would.
Okay.
So yeah, you know of them, but like I said, you wouldn't have had direct connection. You know that like upon taking the role of leader, it would have been your job to intercommunicate across them because obviously they don't want more than a couple of people knowing which locations are real and fake. Because then if they
Mhm.
captured like any random civilian, they know a leader would not crumble under pressure, and that most of the cult would probably defend the leader with their lives to allow them to escape. Slash, like I said, I would literally rather die than give the information. So you were getting to that point where you were slowly being opened up to that. Yes, there are other locations. Blah blah blah. It'll be your job to communicate them. But then the raid happened.
Right. Okay. I was just handed leadership when we were attacked. I was receiving information, and I was not. I knew that the heart was important, but I had no understanding of what the heart really meant, and that's not an excuse for losing it, even though it was entrusted to me.
Then why do you waste your breath? He slaps you with his stick, hard enough to leave a crack in, as you are flung across the floor from how you're bowing position.
You
Because what
asked
it
what I
sounds
said,
like to
sir.
me is that you're making excuses and then saying it's not an excuse. You claim to
You,
have known its importance. The others all clearly died for your sake. You escaped. You were brought here. We thought you were dead. Yet you come to our doorstep, living, having escaped with an outsider. Yet the heart is not within you. It is not beating within the sacred tree, left unharmed by those who destroyed the village.
uh, Rise, for clarification, where did I leave the heart?
You ate it.
Oh, okay. I thought I did, and I'm like, I didn't. And then the Genesis. Okay.
fully reset it, meaning the heart was likely lost to time.
Okay. An ability which I have destroyed it. I did ingest the heart. I was trying to heal a friend, and upon doing so, it reacted in my body, resetting me to a prior point when the heart had not been ingested, so the heart was fully destroyed.
What say in your defense for the lives lost, and an ancient relish tarnished? Are you willing to bring your friend's heart as a replacement? Are you willing to give up your own? What say you to those families who will never, to all that information lost, to the families who will never see their members yet again, to the communication networks lost between our order?
That day, sir, if you don't mind my speaking, that day will forever be burned in my mind. Every second, every millisecond, I will never be able to forget that day. From the moment that the past leader bestowed the heart upon me, the pain that I went through to ingest it, to the point in which I ran to save my people, and from the point in which, what was that person's name that killed everybody?
That person's name. You probably
I
should have written that in your notes.
listen. When I
Oh,
moved my office around, I lost half my notes.
okay, fine. Yeah, the Saint of Pestilence.
The Saint of Pestilence. Okay, I'll write that down again.
Do you think your memory is worth lives?
No, I can never make up for the lives that have been lost. Never. I cared about all of them. They raised me. They took me in when I needed it. That I can never repay now that they're gone. There's no way for me to.
And yet, he steps forward. And he will squint at you. And this old man will quickly say, as he slams his staff onto the ground and the runes all start glowing around the room, "Yet you still did not answer my original question. Would you give your own heart in place of what we had lost? Would you give your friend's heart in place of what we have lost?"
I would give my heart gladly. For those I have lost that day, yes, take my heart.
Uh,
Man looks to
was
you,
just my business.
Kama. Has he
This is
told
like-
you?
No, he hasn't told me anything. I'll be honest. I've just been a rider with this, just went through hell. So
Then I see
I'm
you've
very
learned
confused.
nothing, and a giant vine rips through Zeraphim's chest, killing him instantly.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Again. I don't know shit.
And so at this point, you guys, you have the memory now at this point. The vine ripping through your body and ripping your heart from your torso as you are literally just vivisected, just completely split down the middle. And you've tasted the power of a god for the second time in your life. For the first time, you didn't remember quite what it was. This man holds a similar artifact to the heart of Tatiana that you've lost. It grants him some semblance of control over the cursed isle. However, you also realize that the isle never sank, which means you're. This is weird. You don't know where you are, but based off of the other things, and you start thinking about this as a combo. He will say, "You and your friends may stay here to be rested." And as he's going to go through this, you see, you know that time's about to reset, so this doesn't matter. But you
Yeah, I'll see
know,
you in a
at
bit,
least for the
bro.
minute, yeah, you see, but you're like, oh, this guy was gonna let all of you guys go, and like
Yeah.
get to treat you kindly, and that's the last
Almost
thing you
like
hear as Zeraphim gets ripped.
like almost like, yeah, dude, we're about to go back in time, so see you in the next timeline, bro.
And you guys wake back up on the pier before having ever been kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
Ambrosio goes through the whole thing. You guys can RP for a moment. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, grab a drink. Like I said, we'll go for a little bit longer. Saying that this is mostly Zeraphim main character bullshittery, and we can. I have a plan for how to make this work with two people, and I do want to test out some combat this session. I know that you wanted to do that, X. So while I don't intend on going super late tonight, like I said, I have an idea on how to make it work. Since I like NPC one person, I'll just spoilers. But if you go back to that place and say the correct things, which you're gonna have to learn, I'm not gonna give you a hint on that. He will be like, "Fine, trial by combat," and you'll pick 3 peoples, which obviously Zeraphim, comma 1 person, which I will then NPC, so it's not crazy, and we ball. But yeah. That's where I want to end.
Okay.
But yeah, BRB.
I know
You
what
can
the right
can
thing
role
is.
play, do it out of game, in game. I don't really care. See y'all.
Okay.
And Toby.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? We'll do this in character.
Okay. So, Kamo,
Yeah.
I died again.
Oh, yeah. What killed you?
Oh, sort of God.
Oh, yeah. It wouldn't happen. See, a
Mm.
god.
Well, he has the power of a god.
Okay.
We'll meet him again. There is a way
Why'd he kill
around
you?
it. Oh, well, this is my fault. This happened before I met
Okay.
you guys. It's actually the same day I met Arson. Well,
Okay.
oh, you get a little lore of Zeraphim.
You could just say I get the recap if you want to do it.
Huh?
You could just say I get the recap if you don't want to re-explain it.
I'll explain it a little bit differently.
Okay.
That day, Arson had traveled across the lands looking for someone like him, unique and not, normal. He found me. I
Yeah.
grew up in a village that was hidden from the world. We had runes. We were a people of we maintained historical artifacts. Knowledge, not really artifacts. Ancient knowledge. We have a connection to the Feywild.
Feywild. Like the
Yes.
place with the fairies and shit?
Yes. The day
Where you
Arson
like
showed
can't
up,
say promises or else it happens? Okay.
the day Arson
It's
showed
long.
up was the day I took leadership of this village.
Okay.
And the same day that village was destroyed in front of my eyes. As he says this, he just does the 1,000-yard stare. He stares off, just thinking about the day, and you can see it genuinely hurts him to think about. The people who took me
Okay.
in, who raised me, destroyed in an hour, and there was nothing I could do. Another group of people that are after me, or were after me, don't know if they are now, were followers of God, a religious
Like
sect.
God capital?
Yes,
The Vatican?
yes, the Vatican.
What?
They were after me. The ability that I shared with you that one time, it is a concept esper titled Genesis. Because of its name, they deem it blasphemy. And then my
Yeah, 'cause
abilities
it's
at
the
that
devil.
point were different. Genesis has evolved since then, and no longer can I do what I did with it. Then I was able to heal memories, things that were too traumatic for my villager friends to remember. I was able to wipe away with a swipe, heal minor wounds, turn back time on an old body. I could do amazing things, but blasphemy nonetheless, they thought. So they sent someone. The person they sent was the Saint of Pestilence. That day, he killed the village. Not even on purpose. It was he was just trying to kill me. And they walked into the battlefield, and the moment they stepped foot upon the battlefield, they died. And the reason they stepped foot upon the battlefield is I was trying to save them. They were held up in the town square, and I had ran into the church to, well, not church, the town square building to help them escape. I did not realize that them doing so would be their death. It was. They were eviscerated. Not all, some could withstand, but not many. The children and the elderly died instantly. All that were left were the fighters, and they fought as best as they could. It was not enough. That day, that was not the sin I committed. That is not why this man is mad at me and why he killed me. Their lives were nothing to him. As long as what I carried in me as a leader of this village stayed safe. The heart. My Genesis ability, I tried to cure Arson. He was gravely injured, and I tried to help him. By doing so, his chaos backfired using my Genesis ability and turned my body back to a time before I had taken in the heart, before I learned how to use Genesis, before any of my shadow magic had been understood. I have no physical memory of how to do those things. The mental memory is still there. How to do it is gone. I can always relearn, but I can never get back that heart. It is gone for good. He asks, when we get there, he will ask for me to explain myself as to why I lost the heart and if it was worth it. He then asked me if I would give up my heart or my friend's heart to replace the one I had lost. I said I'd gladly give up mine. And then he asked you if I had told you any of this. You said no, because I had not. And he then said, then I have not learned. And he killed me in an instant. And as I was fading from existence, or that existence, I listened and he offered you guys to stay. So, the quarrel is only with me. I'm sure there's something I can say to get around this, but I don't know what. I don't know what I could say to...
Why? Okay. Um. Okay. So, couple things, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Couple things. Ah, man. I think dude from the church came there because and I'm not being mean here, Seraphin,
Mm-hmm.
but by all biblical means, according to the end text words, you are the Antichrist in nature.
Mm.
By all biblical means, you fit the bill.
Right.
Like,
I've read the text.
so
I
that's
understand.
probably why. Or the guy who killed. Okay, and he's mad that you don't have this heart of Tatiana.
Yes.
And there's no way you can get it back.
Not that I know of. Like I said, when I was in the process of gaining leadership of the village, I had just taken in the heart, and I was just being told that there are other sects, and it would be my responsibility to communicate with them from then on, is when we were attacked. Our boundary was broken into, and that's when I sent out scouts, and they all died.
Yeah. Okay. So, man, this is like a cold.
Hey,
So
it
here's
is
the
my home
dealio,
village.
dude. Yeah, a dude's mad that you lost this super ancient relic of super omega power.
Yeah, and I took it in, and so
You
it
ate it.
does give minor. Yeah, I drank it. I drank
You
the sap
drank
of
it.
it.
Okay. Okay. And this is Tatiana's like some fey shit too. Okay,
Yeah.
I think I get it. Here's what, in my opinion, okay,
Mhm.
I think you should do. At this point, dude, you just gotta apologize and just see what you can do to help.
Mm.
See what you can do to fix the wrong, right the wrongs that you've done, dude.
Mhm.
literally, you don't gotta like beg or be pathetic at all, but like, don't just say, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry," but like, look, my dad once told me I did something really bad once. Like I broke this vase, and I was like really sad about it.
Mm-hmm.
My dad once said, "Kamo, just because you say you're sorry doesn't really change how the person feels, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you tell someone you're sorry and they don't like instantly forgive you, it's like not innately your job to like immediately go and fix it. But if you know that you can do something about it to replace or do something about what you broke or what you like took care of, if you can do it and if you can help with that, it's just the right thing to do to try to help, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So like maybe when you go back and you know he might be like, "Oh, there's no way you could help." Maybe try to see if there's anything he needs you can do. All right? Cuz you're like pretty scary, I guess. But I think he just quite of course he's going to be mad at you, dude. You like you fucked up.
Well, yes. Yeah.
But do you own it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I lost the heart.
You don't really own it. If you were owning it, you wouldn't be sad about it. You'd be determined to fix it.
As far as I know, there's no way to fix it.
As far as you know.
Right.
But you didn't ask.
No, I did not ask. I was dead before I could ask.
Right, because he said something about, will you give one of your hearts, right?
Right, and I thought maybe that would fix it, to be honest.
Well, no,
And I
your
wasn't gonna
heart's
offer
like
one up
bad.
good.
Well, like, dude, your heart's like bad. I don't think they want your heart.
He asked for it, though.
Yeah, but I think it was like a rhetorical thing.
Oh.
You know? Like, would you
I
give one
thought-
of your hearts, you know?
I was thinking more like, would you die for the cause type thing. I was like, oh, yeah.
That
course.
too, but
Die
it's
for the
like
cause.
deeper than that, dude. You know? You're thinking too literal. Dude, you grew up in this face shit. Did you not read a single book? Like, what's
Oh
going
no,
on, bro?
yes, no, I read books.
You're starting to think of that, actually. Like, I'm starting to think that, actually.
No, I read books. Of course I read
Like,
books.
I'm just saying. Like,
Oh,
this
actually,
is like
Rise,
some
let me
typical
ask,
thing.
would I have known of a way to fix this?
Oh, you can't fix it, but like I'm saying, you can try to do something.
No, what I'm asking is like, I'm almost positive I would have read about the heart if it was a book on it.
No, of course it wasn't a book. It was hidden lore from your own cult, because like
Okay.
only the leader had it. Like I said, if there is valuable information that like if it could be tortured out of someone, they were at least smart enough to not tell the commoners. So you were just beginning to learn about it. Also, it kind of defeats the purpose of the trial to know exactly what it does at the moment of seeing it.
Right.
So yeah, no,
I
you don't.
gotcha.
That's the one thing that is legit you don't know about. But like general Fey shit and general like rules and things, yes, you would know about that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So right or wrong or some shit, right? That's what the fucking people did, right? You got it when you do a wrong, you gotta right it. Right your wrong, dude. No, not. Don't give them your heart, but you know, do some physical labor.
Okay. I understand. Oh, also, when we get to the island, because we're gonna get there.
Uh-huh.
Don't be scared.
I'm never scared, dude.
Well, you're gonna turn into leaves.
Right. Am I gonna be dead?
No. You're just gonna go
Okay,
to
then
sleep.
what am I scared of? Okay.
Everybody's
Look,
gonna go to sleep around you, and then you're gonna go to sleep, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
if you need me to like talk to him, I can. Just let me know. Just say like, I don't know, do the eyebrow wiggle or some shit. I don't know.
I'm just imagining Seraphim doing eyebrow wiggle. What the hell?
And I'll be like, I'll talk to him. Maybe I can smooth it over. Who
Gotcha.
knows?
I'll give you a finger point. Just or
Right.
something. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Also,
I'll do something.
not to be that guy. I don't want to seem like I'm being mean. But there might be more to the story than you're letting on. Or maybe it's your own perspective that's allowing you to think this way. Either way, think on in retrospect.
Pretty sure I told you all of it. But I'll think about it in case maybe I am just looking at it from my perspective. That's the one thing about memories.
Okay, let's
You can't
go.
be certain on how you're viewing
Yeah.
You guys walk in and get kidnapped again.
them.
You wake up in the same house. You do the same exploration.
This is
The
nice.
library starts glowing green.
I will be right back. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Don't worry,
Now,
I'll be
this would be
there. I'll carry it.
Okay, you know what? Honestly, I'm kind of down for it. No, Kama, you going first this time. To be honest, you kind of stopped believing in Seraphim. I mean, that's unironically true.
God.
You want to see shit for yourself at this point. So for the sake of lore, you go in alone. Because you time it. And you close the door behind you. And what do? You close the door behind you. You know that Seraphim is coming to talk to this man. You don't have very long.
Do I see like the stuff is like changing?
Yeah. See, like summon.
Mr. Tree God guy. Can we talk?
I'm not a god, but yes.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Kamo Indra. What's your name, sir?
My name is. Now, one moment. I must find his name. I am the 16th iteration of. I don't know how to say this name.
Got you.
That's
Your name
okay,
is.
Understood.
Understood. Okay.
One moment. It's like.
Put it in chat
Oh,
if you can. Don't push it. You don't gotta do it. Oh man.
Guys, I'm not Polynesian in descent. I don't know anything about the language.
Tawahir Yeah, Tawahir
He is the 16th iteration of the child of. Insert that name there.
Okay. So I figured it was gonna be like a whole thing with Seraphim, but so I know he messed up real bad. However, he lacks the social aptitude to clarify how he properly feels.
Oh wait, I fucked up. That's his brother.
Oh.
Okay, this is way definitely an easier name definitely. It's not.
No.
It's not. It's like it's equally bad. That's the storm god. I wanted the forest god.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my bad. My bad, dude. Anyway, there you go.
Uh,
That makes a lot more
I just
sense
call you
suddenly.
Tane.
That makes a lot more sense suddenly because I was like looking it up and like the other guy was supposedly like close to Hawaii and I knew like the Polynesians had traveled far and wide across the like land. However, or all the ocean, but you get what I'm saying. And I was like, but that doesn't seem right. The land mass of Zealandia is still like 4,000 miles away from where it's saying this guy lived. So I'm like, how the hell is he here? Maybe I just got my math wrong or something and I don't care. Nope, I just got the wrong guy. There we go, we're good now. Everything else is true. We're good.
Apparently, it's pronounced Tane Mahuta.
There you go. Tane
Okay.
Mahuta. He is the 16th iteration of the child of Tane Mahuta.
Okay. Well, I know you're here for Zarafin specifically. And I know he messed up really bad with the heart. Yeah.
He will nod.
So Zarafin is socially inept
Mhm.
and unable to properly convey how he feels. So I'm here to ask, is there literally anything that we can do to attempt or begin to fix the situation?
He will squint at you and ponder before completely covering the door with bramble. And he will say, "What has Zeraphim told you of our order?"
Well, um, I know you guys are like connected with Feywilds and ley lines. I know that he used to live in like the forest of India, and that you were connected with the heart of Tatiana, and that him losing it basically kind of messed up a lot of your communications with the other side. Um, but you know,
He will look to you and stroke his beard. There is, in fact, something we can do. And he begins thinking. And will say, I see. So he has inherited the ability to reject fate.
yeah, he can go back in time. It's pretty nasty, and I'm pretty sure he's like bad news. But like, I can't really get rid of that because my fate's pretty intertwined with him. So, and if A dies and somebody that shouldn't have his body has his body, the world's pretty much screwed over. So, you know.
Him living does just the same.
Yeah, but him living means that somebody that we like can have him as a cool puppet. So it's
He's
either he
already a
dies and his
puppet
mom gets him,
regard-
or, you know.
He is already a puppet, though he fails to realize it. He is a puppet to the very string of fate. I shall tell you a secret. Your
Okay.
fate is intertwined with none, child of man. Humans were granted a gift long ago that when bound by true name, they choose their fate. Fate is like a river. You can't escape its flow, but you can fight against it. You can go down a different path. You can go to the wider ocean. There are countless options when caught in a stream, and not all streams are the same. Some are raging rapids that are harder to fight against. Some are peaceful brooks that you can get to the beginning of. That is the gift of humanity. Our fate is a wide stream. While there is an ending that is guaranteed, we can change any number of things along its way and end up at a different destination than where we were supposed to go. Humans are not pulled by strings in any direction. Their path is not preordained. Even if the ending is guaranteed, it's not yet written until the moment it is written. Until that string is cut from you, until you go out into the wider ocean and sink. You can still do any number of things and choose the ocean you go into. Choose the brooks you go down, the offshoots, the bends. Now let me ask you a question now knowing this, Kamo.
Got you.
Is Zarafin human?
Yeah, no. Have you sensed that guy?
Is his soul human?
Hmm.
Perhaps an easier question for the sake of time.
I think his mind is. I think his mind's human. If that means anything.
It means you're incorrect about one of your assumptions, but I digress. He is not human in soul, body, or mind, nor is he human in name. He himself is caught in an endless web of string. His fate is not his to choose. He's not a human, he was never born as one. Therefore, that gift was never bestowed upon him. He was born as a devil, and hence why he should have died a devil all the way back then. It is not a crime for existing. However, whenever he's been presented a choice, he has chosen sin, as if it was his very nature. If he does not improve on this behavior, the world will face the prophesied end, as that is his fate. He has one gift that his only sibling did not. This ability to break fate has allowed him to choose which web he sits in. But, even though it escapes me, with my knowledge, nor am I asking you for the specifics, mind you, but even though the specifics may escape me, there are limits to how many times he can jump from web to web. He himself is a weaver of fate, yet he is beholden to a fate. He chooses the very stream you are in, whether it is a brook or a raging rapid, and he sits above it in a web, bound to his fate when the spider comes down. He can choose the why, the when, and the where, but he cannot change his fate in the same way you can. He can just throw everyone else into a different river, a river that he can predict, where it ends. He can predict where you and he both sink. Do you understand, Kamo?
I'm back.
Yeah, I think I get it.
And what is your opinion on this? What is your insight?
That's pretty nasty. Um, like definitely some nasty stuff. He's like a weird weaver of fate. How does that? I mean, just how does that just slip through the cracks for what 20-something years?
Because he denied his fate,
Oh,
and it broke the balance of the world. His existence never should have been. While I reiterate, existence is not a crime. His
That's what I say.
choices are. He is the
Yeah,
one who broke the balance of fate itself. It did not go by unnoticed for 20 years. It was attempted to be dealt with, and he was forgiven. Yet, he did not learn. That is the greatest sin, and why he must be punished. The Order, us chroniclers, we are not servants of fate, but we do our best to document it. So we keep alive what was lost in the modern era and what was defeated long ago. Our sole belief is knowledge to protect what people should not know and to share what people should. That everyone has a freedom to knowledge and the ability to learn. It's why we took him in. Now tell me, Kamo, do you believe he's learned a single thing since you've traveled with him?
oh, really now.
And then do
I
you...
think- I mean, uh, uh,
Then would you call my
Oh.
judgment wrong?
about him being like a devil, or him being like an unlearned individual who hasn't like done anything to change. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I feel like you're kind of there. I'll be honest. You're basically on there. But
Then
like,
Okay, go on, sorry.
what do we? What's to be done here?
That is my question to you. And the exact thing I was about to ask you. Then, by your rhetoric, what is to be done with Zeraphim?
Man. Oh man. Well, this is technically would be his second strike, yeah.
He nods his head.
Maybe we give him one more try. One more shot.
So you suggest I lecture him, rend his heart from his body, and set him free upon the world once more in another loop.
No,
And
no,
hope
no,
he
no. I mean,
learns
like,
this time.
I don't think he's gonna learn with that if you rip his heart out of his body. I think he's just gonna like. I think. I don't think he has any real like parental figures in his life. You know. Like I mean, if let's look at him like really. Um. Have you got parents, right?
No.
Uh, Damn, you got like any like parental figures in your life, dude?
I was
You ever been
trained
hit
by
with the
my
stick?
many times. It is why the relics we use to hold our sacred libraries require you to go through pain to merge with it.
Mhm.
It is meant to be a lesson, meant to be proof of your worthiness. It is meant to be the hand, It is meant to represent both the hand that feeds you and the one that beats you, the carrot and the stick. Reward for your suffering, but suffering to learn that the world is not just yours to do with as you wish. There is responsibility in power.
Yeah. I think with Zarafin, I think that because he was like just starting to be an actual person with adult job. Maybe his trial wasn't over and he really wasn't ready to do anything crazy. Um, like at all. So maybe you give him like a trial. You know what I'm saying? Hit with stick.
And if he
Ingrain it
doesn't
into him.
learn,
If he doesn't learn, well, then we're dead. And it restarts again. Unless you have a way to put him in like a box or something.
indeed I do.
If he doesn't learn, put him in timeout.
I don't want to be in a box again.
Then I will do this. And he unlocks the door, and Zeraphim, you come in. You have not heard any of this conversation. You and the others come in.
Mm-hmm.
And he will ask you, Zeraphim, are you willing to bet your very freedom to make up for all that you have done? A new trial to prove yourself worthy of existence.
He'll sit with the question for a little. Yes.
Okay. Roll a d20. And comma, roll a d20 with advantage.
I just got you out of a life sentence, man. All right. You better not fuck this up.
Let's hope the dice bot loves me today. Please, dice bot.
I
Dice
see.
bot
Double
does not
Okay.
love me today.
So, in this case, this is not a question for Zeraphim, but this is a question for Toby.
Oh, okay.
You failed miserably by more than 10. As I was probably gonna give the combo like a +1 and you like a +0 or something, but like I don't bother with anything that's lower than a +5 in this system because generally it won't affect things. So shrug. Anyways, I'm kind of using off of a milestone system where it's like still hidden to you until you reach a milestone. That way it actually kind of represents like growth. But anyways, that's beside the point. So this is a question, like I said, not Zerfa, but to Toby himself. Are you actually willing, or are you just saying it because you know it's the only way out of this loop? Or because you think it's the only way out of this loop?
I'm willing.
I see. I see.
Then walk me through Zerafim's mindset here. Because you understand conceptually, this man does legitimately. Kamo has told him about Genesis and its new functionality, and he's pieced the rest of the pieces together himself. You know that if you fail this trial in this loop, you won't die. He'll seal you away for all of eternity.
Mhm.
Meaning, as I said, and you also know that the trial is to become a learned individual in some manner of speaking, though it's likely not that simple.
Mhm.
And, if you win, this is just a chance to go back out into the world at that point with the support of your old teachers.
Okay.
You would have the support of your clan once again, or well, it is a call. Let's not mince our words, but your village, your tribe, as you call them, you will
Yeah.
have the support from your background once again in the wider world, which you know is access to hidden lands and hidden. So there's a high risk, high reward here,
Right.
and it's not a guarantee. You know all of this as Zerafim. And you know that being sealed away is likely being akin to non-existence, an eternal
Right.
stasis of which you will never wake until the universe itself ends. Oblivion.
Zerafim's mindset today, or this loop, has been about his past, and it's all of everything he's thought about has been what he could have done different that day. What if his Genesis worked that way? Then what he could have done differently, even in that moment. What changes would have happened if he would have done this? If he would have done that instead of letting all those people out into that field? Would they still be alive today if he would have just listened to the previous leader and done what he could to save the heart? What would have been different then? So his mind has been racking about this since the first loop, and especially when he was explaining everything to Kamo, it just reiterated just wishing what he could have done different and all of the different outcomes that could have happened if he would have just changed one thing. And now he's at the point where he knows that his existence is a danger to the world. He has known that since before the Vatican showed upon his village. He's known he was a danger to the world order. So in a way, it's not a high risk, high reward. It is a reward either way, in a way that even if he is trapped for all of eternity, at least the world can go back to being safe. Go back to some semblance of order again. So he is thinking about that when he made that decision and said yes. He's not looking for a way out. That's not what he wants here. He does want to continue existing. He does want to live for the people he lost that day, and he wants to continue existing. But if this is the option he has at this point in time, where if he can succeed, then he can succeed and continue fully existing for these people and trying to help Arson and his new friends he has made here, he will do so. But if he doesn't, he will be entrapped for eternity. That's not a worst case scenario for him. in his mind at least.
Okay, comma and X. You know all of that because of how much he failed, and you have the feeling he is starting to get on the right path, but he is still on the wrong path. And you know that the man with the staff, the man who holds the power of a dead god, well, not fully, but I don't really want to explain that lore right now, to be honest with you. You know he's not a god, but you know that he has an artifact that used to belong to a god, possibly is created from a god in a similar nature to the Heart of Tatiana, as you've been around him long enough to understand this conceptually. Is also aware of this and will consider his mindset and his opinion on if he is learning and what he has learned and why he's doing what he's doing for this trial. And the man will tell you, you have one rest. 8 hours. He'll give you a 9th hour, actually, so that you can eat and have a reasonable discussion. And for this trial, you may bring 3 people and only 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
And he teleports away into a pile of leaves with his posse, leaving you two alone in the library, the other 4 standing in the hallway.
He's actually pretty nice, actually, you know.
Most people in my tribe are. They're very
It's
friendly.
not a tribe. You gotta pretend that it's a cult, but you know,
I'd rather I try.
it's a cult. You don't gotta pretend, dude.
I'm not pretending. Anyway,
I'm saying.
it's not a cult.
It's a cult. Anyways, more importantly, so listen, man. I'm not gonna hold you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I just got you promotion from a life sentence.
Mm-hmm.
There's only so much I can do, man.
I thank you for what you've done.
Do you know what I did? Do you know what you've done?
No, I didn't hear the conversation. I was
Okay. Like, I think he knows about everything. So, like, no point in really mincing words, dude. You know?
So you told him how Genesis works and everything, I assume.
I only told him that, like, you dying wouldn't mean much. I think he pieced it together himself.
Gotcha.
So, like, what have you learned? Just flatly. Like, if you were to sum it up in, like, a sentence.
In one sentence. I have become death, destroyer of worlds. Oh. I have learned that I could be the destruction of this. Everything as we know it.
That's true.
I've known that. It's not that I just learned that. I've known that. But it's become more evident.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you tried accepting Jesus into your life?
No, should I?
Well, maybe, okay, so like you've read the book, but maybe like go through the teachings, you know.
Follow the commandments and such.
Well, I'm not really a religious guy, to be honest. It's never really meant much to me. But if I were you, oh, dude, hold on, voices in my head are talking.
I promised you I'd type to the other 2 nightmare phrases after stream, but I just decided you're talking, so I have time right now.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. So like, okay, you know what? Let's just get straight to the business. We're gonna do some exposure therapy here.
Mm-hmm.
Did you really not know like what was going on when the guy invaded your village?
What do you mean? Like, what's...
I'm just saying, like my combo senses are tingling. Like you said, the embodiment of pestilence appeared, yeah,
Yes.
or a saint of it,
Yeah, right.
and
Saint.
that your people marched onto the battlefield.
It was an
Is
ability of
that
his. It was an
really
ability
what
of...
happened? That they
That's not
marched
what I...
into the battlefield with you?
No, that's not what I said. When I was explaining it to you, I said I had opened up the door and told them to run and escape. And upon doing so, yes, they ran onto the battlefield and then died because of an ability of his.
Mm. What does his ability do?
Takes power from... I believe how it worked was it took was it the souls rise,
No.
life essence, power, mana.
No, it wasn't his ability at all.
Oh, it was the sword then that he was using, the
It was
weapon.
the sword. It was the
Okay.
sword. The sword's name was Flakeaway. Arson had just told you what it had done. You opened the building, and you were covered in the particles of Flakeaway, which then infected the townsfolk. It is a sword of pestilence that any who are on the battlefield are infected with a disease, including the wielder. And it slowly corrodes your body to a point of where you literally flake away into just dead skin cells, which then join and reform the blade over and over.
Right.
So,
I
I
wrote that
mean,
down.
I ask you again, can you tell me what, like, really happened?
I shouldn't have ran in there. It was one of the many mistakes I made that day. Running in there is what killed all of them.
Mm.
Like I said, I knew it was my fault.
It's actually spelled with an A, not an I. My bad.
Oh.
Flake? Oh, or what you texted him.
No, the voices in my head.
The text said that God made a spelling error. Sorry, Dave.
God, I think that's not supposed to be there. Hold on.
It's A or I. Wait. Okay, so the word I typed for the sake of it, FYI, is tantabus. So if it's spelled with an A, because the thing is, in Italian, tantabus translates to lots of buses. In Latin, however, it translates to nightmare.
Oh, wow. I can't wait for the stress-based ability to show up from this, guys. Super cool. Super cool. So
Mistakes were definitely made, Lulu. Yes, mistakes were made.
yeah, I know. Um, so listen, dude. This trial is more or less about me and more about you understanding. And it's not you understanding that what you are is wrong or like what you are is bad. Because I don't, being blunt, yeah, what you are is bad, but there's nothing you can really do to change that. You just are what you are. This is more about what you do with the fact that you are. You know? Does that make sense?
Right. I get that. It's not what I am. It's
What you do.
right.
So what will you do? I mean, the guy was like talking about fate and everything and how humans aren't allowed to change their fate and stuff. And that we're all on some like, oh, humans can change their fate, everybody else can. Haha, your fault. But I don't know. It was kind of baloney. Who knows? But I don't know. Maybe like do a little bit of a wiggle. Figure it out. Be cool. I don't know. Apparently, you sit on it, kick a hole in the fate or something. Guide it the way you want to do, but just make sure whenever you guide it, you do it in a cool way. You know? Be cool, be bold, but also be smart. Do what you want to do.
Guide fate the
Not
way
an
it should be
apologies for anything
guided,
else.
and not.
No, you're not the guardian of fate. You're like Xerafen, dude. You're not the Antichrist. You're not any other stuff. You're Xerafen. You know?
So do what I
Fix the
want.
problems that the Antichrist made. Yeah, do what
I
you want.
gotcha.
But also, don't be a dickhead. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like,
Don't get more people killed that shouldn't be dead. I understand.
yeah, literally just, you're not anybody else. You're you at the end of the day. Damn. Maybe I should have the cool guy ability.
I think you have the cool guy ability. I think
The
it's
cool guy
actually written
ability.
down on your character sheet. The cool guy ability.
Okay, hold on. Let me open space time and look at my character sheet real quick, bro.
I'm pretty
Hold
sure
on.
it's written down there. look at your
Cool guy ability.
look
I
at your
see it
fate
now.
runes. It's there listed. One of your abilities is
Okay.
cool.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
One of your runes just showed
Okay.
up in front of you, and it just says cool.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna go have a stress-induced dream because Fate just whispered in my ear 3 times. So, have fun.
Do you want a wet towel? Warm
A
towel?
wet what?
Towel? Cloth?
Uh, no, I'm gonna go deal with my traumas myself.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, though. And gonna go have nightmares, dude.
You have horrible nightmares. And
Mhm.
the day of the trial comes just like that. So, what do you do as your EP sauce?
I try to, I guess, figure out what I'm supposed to learn. What
That's not a roll. That's a
I know,
that's
I
a
know.
Toby has to learn and push it on to Seraphim. We did. I just forgot to switch the thing from being a yacht, by the way, Lemur. Unfortunately, so we're still on Minecraft yacht, even though that yacht is abandoned or is somewhere in Australia now. Unfortunate. I miss them. They were the best character.
Rest in peace, dude.
True. I miss them a lot. But yeah, you gotta think on it. And I don't know, for the sake of it, I will
Mhm.
allow you 5 minutes to discuss with X above game because of both of how you rolled. Because of how you rolled and things like that. I will allow you to discuss for 5 minutes IRL until it is 12:40 my time, and then we gotta get on with the trial, so we're not here all night. Because like I said, I want to do it with the other people gone. Because if it is actually only going to be 3 people, then we have people leaving early half the time, like an hour early half of the time. So that means we'd just be wasting time on the like real session Saturday, and then that's time other people could have used to have the spotlight, you know. So
Right.
I kind of
Yeah.
think that's where we should end tonight on that note. So let's get going. Let's go.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. What do you got to tell me, X?
What do I have to tell you,
What do you got
man?
to tell me?
You ever played Undertale?
No,
Damn, dude, you're cooked.
I haven't. I've never played it.
I think that's a sin, actually.
You know, pick it up, dude.
I could open it right now. It's downloaded.
So,
I just don't play it.
essentially, dude, I don't. You're not on a genocide route. You're like on a neutral route, dude. I'm gonna be honest. You need to be on that. Yeah, I don't even think you need to be on a passive route. Basically, Toby, if I'm being real, the issue is, I think he just lacks sauce.
Okay, I need you to
I
use words
agree,
that
actually.
Toby understands because I don't understand those words.
I agree. Jester, do you agree that he lacks sauce? As co-writer of
Like,
this universe.
No
if
thoughts.
Sauce.
think
Oh, no sauce. Okay.
I am not
yeah, you
sauceless,
kinda
Lemur.
lack
Be
sauce.
nice.
he might be sauceless, dude. I
What?
don't know.
I think
Also,
you're
you
sauce.
spelled sauceless wrong.
Unless you're that you're real shit. I'm just saying. But look, being real, you're just Zerafin as an individual is undeveloped and, as I said, sauceless, and that saucelessness is the reason why these individuals don't trust you with the fate of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So, to be frank, you lack sauce. Fate of the universe is on the line. Do they trust you to make the shot based off of the characteristics that you've shown? 8 out of 10 of these gods that are looking at you are going to say no. You know what I'm saying? Would think, add a character thought. Imagine if Sunless got Weaver's lineage in the first chapter. Like immediately, and the Shadow God bloodline.
Uh-huh.
What do you think that would have looked like?
Oh, he would not have been ready for that. Too selfish.
Yeah.
And then that's literally you.
So, that's my avatar wisdom. as I fade off into blue dust.
Yeah, I concur with what he said. Seraphim just simply refuses to learn and only looks at himself through the perspective at every opportunity. Think of this as ReZero, essentially. Subaru beat the first couple of loops with only 3 or 4 lives each. The thing that you need to understand, though, is whenever he was given an opportunity to choose a sin or a virtue, he chose a virtue. And whenever Seraphim was given an opportunity, he chose either the easy way out or a sin.
Hmm.
Aura.
Anyways, it's no, you have a couple seconds left, I guess. You might be able to get one question off.
Can
How do
you
I prove I learned that?
You just learn it. That you
just
don't
do it?
prove shit. You just do
Oh,
it. Yeah.
I didn't know how to.
Actions
I
speak
didn't know how
better
to.
than words.
Okay.
He's great at their words. There's no words that can do it. In fact, words will just always exclusively make it worse because they'll make it
I'll-
seem as though you've not learned your lesson.
I'll tell you this. I think Kamo's done it. You got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Not like that, but you know. I think there's other people in the party that have also probably done so.
Mm-hmm. I
All up
concur.
top.
Anyways, time done. It's Jover sauce. Anyways, Jester, co-host, what do you think? Give us a couple of thoughts and then go back to doing what you're doing.
Very insightful.
True.
Mm-hmm. I agree. 10 out of 10. King Knight.
I understand. I understand it now. This is a rousing speech.
My
Yep,
God,
thank you.
Zephyrin has learned from this. He now understands everything. The words you've said brought so much beauty to the world.
I get it. I get it.
I get it now.
Can't believe Midnight Aster breaks the sky, takes Zephyrin, and walks away.
It's so true.
She has saved
I
the
would do
world.
that.
We're safe.
I like the giggle. That's the insightfulness. Cool.
She never unmuted. She didn't giggle.
But she did. Do I just?
The voices.
It
do
was
I just?
it was X. I'm pretty sure that giggled.
Yeah.
X sounds like the critter question.
I-
Oh, okay.
Yes, we are the exact same person, trust. It's me, King Knight.
Because
True.
I've been watching. She never once unmuted.
I don't
Yeah.
think it's here.
Typical. Anyways, okay. Trial time.
All right.
Eek fiction, guys. Anyways, the time has come. Okay, so the day has come. And by that I mean you get a rest. None of you needed it because none of you have used mana in the last how many
Right.
days. Uh, so you guys awaken, and upon awakening, you hear that same teleporter start to go.
Huh.
And what do you do?
All right, showtime.
Yeah. I'll stand up. Kama,
Will you bring it?
would you join me?
Sure, why not? Okay. And nothing
And
else to do.
I'll ask Arson as well.
Of course you do. Okay, Arson's like, yeah, no, sure, of course, but me.
What do you mean? Of course I do.
Of course you do. No strategy, only frond.
SMH chatter.
No, I
SMH chatter.
think Arson cooks.
He cooked his tail.
Yeah, it does something all right. I'm sure this will be helpful. Anyway, as you go and you go into the library, and immediately he says, "Zeraphim, what is on the line?"
The world is on the line.
He sighs,
My
and he refuses to speak to you from that point on. He simply turns around, taps his staff on the ground twice, and books swirl around, leaves swirl, making an ornate portal of varying tree product. Green in coloration. You guys walk through it.
Yeah. That's
Yep.
Max Seraphim on the back of the head, though.
yeah.
He literally punts you full force.
It was your life, dude. You.
Okay. Anyway, so you guys walk into what is very clearly an arena.
Okay.
One moment.
Oh.
And I need to read on this because there's one of two things I'm going to do for this trial.
Get stabbed 36 times in the chest immediately.
So the thing is, there's one of two options based off of how much he thought that Zarafin could learn in a single night. And so, honestly, it's right on the fence because he thought he was actually learning, but then he just did that stupid maneuver and might have pushed it back down. So he's kind of on the fence right now.
You
What
know,
did I say?
that was my head. It was like, but also,
And fuck the world, Toby. What did I say?
I know. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Lamar.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Now we win.
So before you stands. I get a picture of this actually. I'm really on the fence. And if I could. Oh my goob. Oh my god,
Tyson.
yeah. It
I can't
turns
believe
out
Arson blows the fuck
yeah,
up and
Arson
Genji
dies,
shows up.
actually. He fucking ceases to exist. You know, the guy hates you so fucking much, Zeraphim, actually, that he says no to your choice, sends Arson home.
Oh.
And Kenji comes.
Genji.
Okay.
Sorry guys. I was with my family, so I couldn't do anything.
Oh, that would have been nice to know, but no big deal. No worries.
All right.
Okay, anyways, yeah.
Good night. Good luck fighting your nightmares.
Good night.
Good
night.
night. I
Hi,
miss him.
Tyson.
Anyways, hi Tyson. Tyson, you're in a trial for Zeraphin's very existence. Didn't miss much.
It's Tuesday,
I
man.
see.
Okay.
I guess
Remember that previous guy?
as a previous guy.
No, not you. Not you. You'll figure it out. Don't worry.
All right.
The guy that was standing before us that asked me the question, that guy, or are you talking about Arson?
No, I'm talking about X, the previous god.
Oh.
Oh, the previous god?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So before you stands a giant red mass crackling with lightning and swirling wind around it. A humanoid figure in its center. This giant red maelstrom of energy stands before you. And with that, you three roll initiative.
Can I get some flicks for the gram? Is this ritualism?
7. Fuck.
It's not
me.
ritualism, no.
Shit.
I got a
Okay,
7.
interesting
7.
thing here though.
7. Oh my god.
Oh god.
7. Tyson, get a
Hey
7.
Kenji, you can.
Oh wait,
you
me
can-
too. Oh, all right. I thought I was
Yeah,
just
you're here
listening
now. Nope.
already.
You're here. You get to participate. Kenji materializes in the arena next to Kamo and Seraphim.
Well, Kenji, what are you doing here, dude?
I was just
Okay.
I was meditating and sleeping. Where the fuck am I?
Trial by combat. Lock in,
Yeah,
dude.
you gotta lock in. I'm sorry.
I look at Seraphim. This is your fucking fault, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I bow my head. Yeah, it's my fault.
Alright, whatever.
You did lose 1 bead permanently, but you got aura, kind of, sort of. You
I did?
So they went back in time to before you killed the Allosaurus, and then you soloed the Allosaurus by using the big bead meteor. So you're down to 11 max beads, but you did kill the Allosaurus. So mark down 1 aura point, please, Tycerino, on your character sheet.
Wait, I lost or I gained? You said I gained.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gained
you
1
mark it
aura
down.
and lost 1 bead.
Alright. Would you say I'm like
Win exchange.
anyway, yeah.
Cough, cough. You're about 1/3 there. Cough, cough. I will tell
damn it.
you, if you do perfectly in this trial, I'll give you another. So
Now
there's
it's-
something to keep you locked the fuck
Dude,
in.
look. I rolled a 13.
Cool. The initiative order is Kenji, question mark, question mark, question mark. Or, then Zeraphim and Kamo share a turn. So in the middle of this arena, there's a screaming figure. You see, actually, you don't see that. You'd have to wait for your turn for that. There's a horrible maelstrom around this humanoid form. And so, Kenji, it's your turn. What do you like to do?
Well, shit. Alright, so what am I looking at right now?
You're in an arena, mass underground, surrounded on all sides by massive brambles that reach to what seems to be heaven, though it's actually just a dirt sky. And then in the center of this perfectly circular, almost too perfect circle of an arena, you see a generally red humanoid figure with grays, the dust from around the room, the clay swirling around in a horrific maelstrom of energy as lightning crackles across their flesh. Occasionally, droplets of water falling from their flesh. If you want more, you'll have to roll a d20.
Alrighty, is that gonna be like an action or is that
You know, it lets you do it as a bonus action for the first time, and then afterwards, if you fail it, it has to be an action on subsequent turns.
Oh, fair enough. Alright.
Okay, go on.
Oh, and hey, have you guys you ever tried spring rolls or egg rolls? They're extremely good. I'm having some more.
Yeah, they're pretty decent, I guess. I mean,
W5.
5.
Dog.
So I will say you do realize the dripping of what you think to be water from the humanoid figure. However, you don't notice any further details than what's already described. You notice that the water is coming from the humanoid figure and not the storm around it. You have an action and a movement left.
For my reaction, I'm just gonna say I think I see something. I think I see some water dripping from the humanoid, whatever it is, and then I am going. I'm going to get near Kamo, but not near enough to get Telepy like AOE, because just in case if I need to like shield them from fire or something. So I'm gonna move there,
Okay.
and then I don't think this guy uh is it can be difficult to terrain. And I already use a big jade.
Was that your two go-tos? You're like, guys, I'm either gonna put difficult terrain at their feet or fucking shoot a meteor at their head. One of the
No,
two. I can't decide which.
No, I was trying to like. Sorry, did
You're
I was
just
like,
a silly lad. It's okay.
I was speaking out loud
respect
so I
Weird
would
stuff.
know what not to do. I was like, I was like listing things out.
No, I legit thought you were like, yeah, my first two instincts are either make it slightly harder to reach us with difficult terrain, or fuck them up with an actual Madara meteor, right?
Yeah, sounds about. Yeah, sounds like me.
No, you're just a silly guy. Like
I
I said, I
will make
respect
a
it.
weapon out of jade. So I will use my two. I will use the two rest of my beads because I only have three. I'm at this current stage, right?
You can do 11 per day and summon 3. You need to actually summon them. I just generally am nice about it because you have your bonus action, so you can summon them. You start, yeah, first, for the sake of it, sure, I'll say you start each combat with 3 ready to go because there's no reason you couldn't do that, to be real. So yes, you can summon up to 8 more. You have 1 active
And I would
and
assume because
8
I used the big
inactive.
jade, it would be two, so I would be using the remaining two
Well,
that.
no, because that was days and days ago at this point.
All right.
So that means you've lost 1 permanently. So you can have 11 used per day, 3 active at one time, and it's a bonus action to activate more beads. So the thing is, you have 3 at the start of combat, meaning your max for the day is 8. And so you can summon up to 8 more if you so choose to do so. You have your one-time use normal jade quarterstaff at this point, ready to go, and that is unfortunately your turn.
Alrighty.
So now then, it's the creature's turn. The creature seemingly does a scream. And as it does so, it designates one of you. You see lightning fire out of it in all directions. But as it does, one particularly arcs directly at Kamo.
Easy. I dodged the lightning because now I'm relativistic because I said so.
Unfortunately,
No,
you're not
that's a
relativistic. There is actually,
So-
I do actually have a speed scaling as a metric in this too, if you can react to things, and none of you are relativistic, so you
Trust.
can't react to lightning. Actually,
So right.
Trust. I eat it.
Fire circle, but technically, would this be a projectile?
Let me eat it,
you wouldn't be
Tyson.
able to react to it. Like I said, I was not kidding about that. There is actually
Let me
speed
eat it.
scaling. You could have reacted to it if you did fire circle as your action because it would already be up, so it'd be reacting to lightning and not outright dodging. So I would have probably allowed it. But unfortunately, this just outspeeds you. You cannot react to it in time because there's no tell that this attack is coming. There's not like a clap or something. It just screams and then one random bolt fires off.
I mean,
You better be
And it
okay,
misses you,
Shark Boy.
Kamo.
nothing.
Kamo,
happened.
in your head, you think you're relativistic. You're like, wait, I just dodged lightning. That's so fucking cool, dude. 364 times the speed of sound, bitch. And everyone else looks at this and sees that very clearly the lightning bolt just missed him. It like arced in such a way, a lightning crackles in the sky and like doesn't go 100% straight. It just barely misses him. And that's the creature's turn. It's your two's shared turn.
Oh.
Um,
Oh, mhm.
is there any way
Yes.
I can use my shadow ability to make a mist around him?
Easily, yes.
Me?
That is, you can use the smoke screen.
I would like to do that. Make a smoke screen, make it harder for
Okay,
him
that's
to hit us.
3 mana.
Yep.
You mark up 3 mana as his shadow dissipates into smoke and wisp around him. That's your action. You have a bonus
How am I
action, a
supposed to
movement,
hit
and a
him?
free action.
I can't see him anymore. Oh wait, does he have bioelectricity?
Yeah, he has a bunch of normal electricity. Does that count?
Yes.
Yeah, you have a
Technically,
lot of
doesn't.
normal electricity.
Okay, I could probably
Here's
sense
the
him.
thing, actually, and this is mean, but I'm sorry. He just used a lightning-based attack that hit the whole arena. I think it'd be hard to sense him. It's not impossible, but like it's harder because there's a lot of electricity around you. You know what I'm saying? There's just a lot in the arena right now.
Okay.
This ability
Can
seems to have
I?
a reasonable weakness against other lightning users for obvious reasons.
-4,
Good idea.
3.
Mhm.
Can I bonus action attempt to scan, figure out what he is?
Yeah, of course. This is more off of memory, unfortunately, because you can't see him right now, and it's using your bioelectrical senses, which aren't great. So I'll cancel some of the negative. I'd probably give you a -3 to this. I'm only going to give you a -1 to this instead, because you have multiple
get my creature
resources
check?
available that you could do it. But yeah, go on and roll a d20 -1.
Do I get my creature bonus?
You know what? That's a valid. Yes, sure. So you have a +4 actually, because I'm still giving you the -1. So yeah, sure.
So true, brother.
19.
19. Got it. You know, that's a lot. You know what? I'm gonna say you notice what Tyson notices. However, you realize something. The drips aren't water. You're a shark. You smell. It's blood.
Oh.
Blood is dripping from the humanoid creature in the center, and it's completely red in color. And then secondarily, there's a horrendous storm surrounding it, power overflowing from its very being, like so much electricity around it that you can't even sense its own bioelectricity on the inside. Interpret that as you see fit.
Probably has lightning aura. Anything to throw around here, or are we just in the sand pit?
You could throw sticks. The ground is dirt, but it is very well paved dirt where it's flat. Because you're underground and it looks like they didn't have an arena before this, and they literally just made a big ass hole and filled it with trees. So there's a bunch of gnarled brambles around you, and you could probably find a rock if you dug for a while, but finding a rock would be your action, or you could just easily grab a stick instead as a free action, but there's limited number.
It's like if someone tried to make a birthday party.
As my free action, I will say, yeah, guys, scatter out. And then damn it, he's so fucking covered in fog. But fuck it, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm the tank here. Let's do some tanking.
Right?
I'm gonna start moving up.
Okay, start moving up.
Not too close, but just moving up.
Okay, how close is not too close?
And reference, how far away is it?
Let's say 120 feet.
120 feet. Yeah, I'll move my full movement to it.
Okay, cool. Remember, you're like significantly faster in the system than 5e, so like you get halfway there about.
Yeah, I'm hit. Okay.
Cool. Or yeah, so yeah, you move up 60 feet. That's your turn. Zeraphim, your turn. Remember, you're doing your turn as he's doing his. So like he would not have yelled until like halfway through your turn because that was his like second action.
Okay. So I did my fog, my smoke
That's
screen.
your action. You have a bonus action, movement, free action.
He said disperse, but not till middle. So, by the way, it is semi-transparent. So it's just harder to see. It doesn't mean it's impossible to see through. Just so you know, for
Yeah,
future reference. Because Kamo didn't know. So I'm about how far away from him currently?
You're all the same, 120 feet.
120. Okay. I would like to go. So he's running towards. I'm going to strafe. I believe it would be to the left.
Mhm.
I don't have very much health. I don't have any combat abilities really. I can distract and I can basically keep him hard to see. That is my goal here because I don't have anything otherwise as of this point.
But what if he can see through it?
Is Kamo
Well-
fucking Garfield?
Kamo is unironically Garfield. Actually, now thinking about
Oh
it, you're
my
fucking
God.
Garfield, dude.
Now thinking about it,
God, I just met
Did you
him.
get?
No,
I love it.
I'm
I
I-
can't believe
he's
I
something.
can't believe Kamo eats lasagna.
Not
I bet his
Garfield.
mom
Oh,
is.
yeah, same one, brother. Same one, brother. Same one.
I hate Mondays.
He hates
More
Mondays
fun
and
fact, I'm pretty sure in the
he hates-
dub it. Go on,
Call
sorry,
him
go on.
Garfield, don't they?
I know. I was gonna say it. Say he hates Mondays and he loves his mom's lasagna.
True.
I do love my
But
mom's lasagna.
nah, in the dub, I'm pretty sure they call him Garfield, but I'm pretty sure his name is Garfell. In the not dub, I'm pretty sure it's pronounced
Oh.
Garfell.
I listened to it. I think it's Garfield. Listening to it because I listen to the Japanese.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. That's probably a good choice. I think the dub for ReZero is really good, but they do fuck up multiple of the names. Like Crush is Cruche for some reason in the
Yeah.
dub, and Rom is pronounced the same because it's Rom, Rom, and Rem instead of Rem, Ram, and Rom.
Yeah.
So it's whatever. It's beside the point. Let's get back to this. But yeah, he's
Sorry.
Garfield. Anyway, it
So
could be cool.
I'm gonna, if he's running straight at him, I'm assuming I am to his right. So he runs in, and as he runs in, I'm gonna run to the left of him and kind of circle to the side
Mhm.
and try to keep up my
Okay.
miss as I'm doing that. Because I was
Oh,
it
yeah,
right in front of
easily.
him that I placed it? Okay.
Yeah. So that's one mana to maintain the miss as you do so,
Okay.
and you run in front of him, and as you do, a spark of lightning fires out of the cloud at you, and that's
But
not
in
good.
smoke
Actually,
screen, you can't see him.
I know. I gave him a minus, and a minus doesn't really matter against like a 19. It's gonna hit like regardless. So a
Mhm.
bolt of lightning strikes you in the chest there. And as
Okay.
it does, you hear the electricity coursing through you, and then bounce off of you and directly into Kamo. You have a
I eat
choice.
that shit out of him.
Okay.
You
Oh.
didn't get hit. Do you want to transfer all the damage to Kamo, take half yourself, or take all of it yourself? You get to choose how it's dispersed. However, it can only be dispersed equally. So either you take 100% and he takes none. He takes 100% and you take none. Or you both take 50%. Hypothetically, for the sake of this, if Kenji were involved, you could do like more things, but it has to be in the same interval, like an even interval. Is pretty much what I'm saying.
Okay.
So if it hit all three of you, then for example, you could all split it 3 ways each. You could take 2/3, Kama could take 1. You get the point.
Okay.
But you only 2 of you
Do I
remain.
have a sense of how much this hurts?
Nope. You know that this is passing through your heart, and you have the option to either like do the whole reflect lightning thing, which for some reason is now instinctual to you, and like move
What?
your fingers in such a way to reflect it fully and safely through your body through your natural electrical current.
Is he literally doing
Or-
the Avatar thing of just like
I'm doing the Avatar thing.
Yeah, exactly. So you can either reflect it into Combo's chest, willingly fuck up the reflection of lightning, causing you to take the full damage, or just let it naturally run its course and electrocute both of you, but not as severely, is essentially how this is functioning. You do not know how much it's hurting you because it's still flowing into you. You have to make the choice of release it, embrace it, or split it.
I'll split it
Okay.
because I
So-
don't have much health, but I don't want to give it all to him, and I don't want to. So that's I'll split it.
You both take 11 damage as you're both electrocuted.
That was a good decision on my part because I would have been really
Very
close to
good on
death.
your part.
And then that is its reaction gone. That's your movement gone. Yeah, that's your turn. I'm pretty sure, right?
All I have left is free action, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Kenji, it's back to your turn. You witness everything that just happened.
I don't think I'm like in like melee distance, correct?
You are not, even with your power pole extendo. You're not.
If I went up my full movement, would I be in melee distance?
I never solidified how much you could expend your power pole. So I'm gonna say if you roll really good, yeah. You can do some cool monkey maneuver where you like jump in the air over your power pole and like swing it
Like
down
fucking
in like a
pole
swinging
vault.
blow.
Pole vault,
Yeah, you
bring it
could
back
pole
up,
vault.
and then fucking bop them on top of the head type shit.
Exactly, yeah, it'll be your full turn, but if you roll good, you can do it.
Alrighty, let's do it.
Cool,
Hell
roll
yeah.
a d20. If you fail, I'll give you your bonus action back, but you lose your movement free action and action.
That's
I'll be
fair.
nice about it, yeah.
Do I add anything to this, or is it just a straight
Nah, this would just be straight up. Just straight roll.
already?
It's a flash.
10. Right on the number. Yeah, that's barely enough, actually.
Nice.
Oh, thank goodness.
So you see the monkey go and like into an epic pole vault, spinning in the air, then extending his pole down to strike this creature. The pole shattering.
Hell yeah.
And Tyson, because you rolled, actually, never mind. You didn't roll good enough.
I mean, I did get an aura point, so I guess it looks cool.
I'll let you roll a d20, and depending on what you roll, but it needs to be in the top quarter of a dice, so 15 or higher. I might be nice to you. We'll see how it goes. Roll d20.
25% chance.
25% chance, guys.
High roller.
Actually, that's a 30% chance, but
Yeah.
what if?
I think. Roll high.
Please.
Oh.
Okay, no. Okay, luckily this doesn't. Failing
guys,
does nothing wrong.
I'm gonna leave you guys. It's been great
I can't
having me
believe he
around.
disappears and
I'm
Arson
gonna go
comes
cry in
back.
a pillow now.
So no, never, this was for your perception. I was gonna be nice and let you like learn something about the creature by hitting it. However, you didn't roll high enough on either, so you lose nothing from this. You just don't gain anything.
I'm
So you
gonna
just
go cry in a
rock in the
pillow as I
head.
jump off a bridge. I'll see you guys later.
Okay,
Get the hitting, boy.
Yeah, get the hitting anyway. It's the creature's turn. As Kenji jumps into its range and falls from his pole vault, so the reaction does not trigger immediately, but still triggers. As Kenji falls into the space, into the smoke cloud next to him, you see lightning strike Kenji and bounce to you two. So Kenji, you now have the same choice. How do you want to split the damage? It can only be in intervals of thirds. However, it can be split however you see fit. So it can be even of 33%, 33%, 33%. It can be someone gets 66, someone gets none, and someone gets 30%, or you can take all 100% of the damage, or force someone else to take all 100% of the damage.
Can you say the second one again?
So it can be 60, 30, 0. It can either be 30, 30, 30, 60, 30, 0, 100, 0, 0, so on and so forth, yeah.
How hurt does Seraphim look?
You have no way of telling, unfortunately, due to the nature of his devilish aura.
Oh wait, it's smoke
He's
screen,
a
right?
devil. He looks weird. Yeah, if you had an action or something, I would let you use it, but I don't think you want to waste your reaction on
No.
attempting to decipher anatomy.
All right. So, Raz, I have my fire shield, or is it a? Can I use it as a reaction?
Sometimes, yes, if you can react to something. The issue is, once again, that you're not fast enough to react to lightning. Yeah. If you used it as an action beforehand, it would allow you to move a
It's more
little to the left or a little to
more-
the right.
with it to
Yeah,
like,
I was what action it uses depends on your speed tier versus the other creature's speed tier. Because if it's like shown to be like this is very clearly a speedy fighter, then I doubt you would be able to react with it because you have to like draw a full circle around your feet with like your tail to activate it. So like if you don't have time to do a full like ballet spin before you get hit, it's not going to activate. But if you are like faster than the other creature, then like sure, it's a reaction, it's no big deal even. So on and so forth.
all right. So, so they took both 11 damage. Seraphim says that he's kind of low. Don't know about Kamo.
Oh, instinct, Pukus.
So I will take the 60.
66 and then 34 goes to Kamo.
Yeah.
I cool. So, Mr. Tyserino, you take. Let me quickly do the math on this. This is a one problem percentage.
Would you say that this doesn't hurt as much because I've already been hit by heavenly lightning?
But
No.
Darn.
I'm gonna do something stupid on my
You
turn.
take 12 damage, and Kamo, you take 9.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do something stupid on my turn. Fuck it. Might as well have fun.
Okay, yep, and so then it's the creature's real turn, though, and it's going to fire lightning, and it misses Zeraphim. Now it's your two shared turns. You hear a cry coming from inside the smoke cloud. You're not sure from where, though, anymore.
Beginning of my turn, I'm gonna yell, "Turn it off! I'm gonna try something."
Okay, I'll get rid of the smoke screen.
You remove the smoke screen as a bonus action, losing 1 point of mana, but no longer focusing on it.
Okay, 48.
What do I see, boss?
You still see a creature dripping in red at the center of a horrific maelstrom of electrical energy inside of a storm, still seemingly screaming inside of it. It has not moved since it has the battle has started. You realize
I'm gonna keep
maybe it's
on
moved like
marching.
1 foot. Okay, as you
Still
run
in there.
closer, a bolt of lightning strikes at you.
Okay.
It hits you, splits between the three of you. What split do you want to do?
Gonna have to take this, man. It's gonna be 30, 30, 30. Or 30.
30, 30, 30. Cool. This is... Okay. Oh, I don't like math sometimes. Because math is very stinky. It can't be split evenly, so who wants to take 1 extra damage?
Yeah, I'll take it.
You lied.
Okay, Kenji, he takes 8, the other 2 take 7. As the lightning spreads across you.
Said 7.
Yep, 7.
Okay. But I'm straight up in front of this guy.
You're straight up in front of it, yeah.
As I've taken all of this lightning damage, Kamo is, as he's run through and it's kind of like coursing through his veins, will at this moment, similar to a Kamehameha, will use the bioelectricity and expel it out towards him in the
Okay.
said manner.
Okay. So yeah, go on and roll a d20, but with super duper advantage. Roll 3 and take the highest.
Oh,
Okay.
Super duper advantage, yeah.
super duper.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Nice. Roll another. I was gonna make you roll
Oh.
this anyways. Roll another check with super duper advantage now.
$18.
Cool. I'm gonna type you something in private chat.
Oh boy.
My aura skyrockets, chat.
He's on skyrocketing. I can't believe as you guys are doing like a Dragon Ball thing. I just have a power scanner.
What is this aura?
What's his aura? His aura is skyrocketing. It shouldn't
It's
be
over
possible.
9,000.
You learned that for free. That does not cost an action to learn. However, you did unfortunately already use your free action in yelling Zerafim to turn it down. So you would have to use your bonus action if you wanted to relay this information. However, your movement and action, you manage as your electricity channels into it. It kind of fries your brain just a little bit. But as it does so, you realize the storm begins to dissipate. The storm around this aura around this creature, the electrical energy begins to disperse harmlessly into the ground, rooting it into the floor. However, it still surrounds the creature pretty heavily, but it's way, way less now.
As my bonus action, I will scream, "Take the creature out of the storm."
Okay.
With
You
my
got it, Bob.
oh, this might kill me. Never. Oh.
Hey man, I did a sacrifice, man. Cool plays make cool games.
Yep. Okay. Is there any
Have
way I
fun.
can shadow step behind him into the storm?
Yeah.
Would I be able to do that and then push him out of the storm?
Yes.
I think I should do it.
What a guy.
Have more health.
That's your reaction to say that, but you do say that to him. That's why I said don't use your reaction. Information is very important, and I did promise last campaign I'd be a bit more of a hard ass about it, sharing it mid fight. So
Fine.
that's your reaction, but that's very helpful. Kenji's like, dude, don't fucking do it.
If anyone
Electricity produces light. It's in the name lightning. Is what he says.
Oh, then it would be a bad idea to do smoke screen again, because then they'd have a disadvantage in getting there.
I'm speaking out of game.
You cut out, so I didn't hear you anyway.
I think he caught himself for not sharing information that's like meta, so I think it's fine. Go on. He was a smart goober. Pat him on the head. Good monkey.
good monkey.
I realized I was about to say something, so I cupped my phone.
Fair, yeah. Good. Good choices. Kendry might just get that aura point, honestly. But yeah, no. What do you do, Seraphim?
Hey.
I'm just looking at my abilities right now because I can't fucking think of anything. I have three 3 abilities. And none of them help right now.
Right, can we still play it out of the game, or is that
no
meta?
meta knowledge, yeah.
All right,
No
just make.
meta knowledge. No.
I wanted to make sure that guy.
But
Is
can
there
we
any
use-
way I can try to how close am I? Because I was getting
Also,
closer.
you're within probably like 60 feet, give or take. But also, yeah, expert question. You can use real life knowledge if you think your character would realistically know it. Because like I said, we didn't go super in depth on the backgrounds of these characters, so knowing that like Micah could probably use real life information on geography or like geopolitics or something like that, even though it's not 100% accurate in game. Or like if he was gonna do a geography check just without rolling or whatever. So similar thing with combo. If it's like, oh yeah, I saw this in a Disney movie, and you think you have watched it or something, that's totally chill. It's just more of the action economy of things. Remember, you can say like couple sentences and be responded to as a free action. I mean, everyone gets a free action, but then it's also like if it's not your turn and you learn something by happenstance, if you wish to share that info, it then costs you your reaction, or you'd have to wait until your turn to then use a free action to freely tell people. It only really matters in combat. Outside of
Well, I
combat, I
then
really
would
don't
be
give a
able to
shit.
use my reaction anyways, because all those things are lightning speed.
Yeah, that's true.
So as my reaction, as I imagine I hear these guys screaming,
You do.
Hamo will, while he is being electrocuted, say, just do something fucking new.
Okay, I'm gonna try. He says that like, fuck. Okay, and he will try to throw out. He, like a shadow blade in a way. Like he'll throw it from him out through his body and try to make a swipe action at him, the man we're attacking.
Okay. Roll. You know what? I really. Kyle, do say anything about this. You clearly see what he's about to do. If you say nothing, then I'm giving him advantage on this roll.
Push him out. That is all I will say, as I've already said.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. That's the last sentence you could say. So does this?
And
Having said this, you did say you're making the blade, so you're already stuck in the action of making the blade. However, obviously you can control yourself as this is being yelled at you. As your reaction is you are forming this in your hand, and you find it actually with relative ease the ability to do this. As you're about to throw out, do you change your action at all, Tobus, or do you stay steadfast on your gut and use the shadow blade swipe?
I'm gonna stay steadfast.
Okay, then you get advantage. So roll. Uh,
Mm.
Roll 2d20s and roll 2d20s again and take the higher of each set. Don't roll 4 and take the highest 2. Roll 2, take the higher of the
Okay.
2, and then roll 2 and take the higher of the 2.
Why did that fuck up on me? Okay, 10 and 16.
Okay. So you form a basic mana pew pew in your hand. However, as you are an old creature who has been very accustomed to your own aura, innately your basic mana pew pew beam already has shadow welded into it. Meaning this is a very intrinsic technique to you that you probably could have learned at any time. And as such, because you can shape shadow, you can shape your basic mana pew pew as you see fit. This is a new ability that you permanently unlock. Basic mana pew pew, and then basic mana pew pews scale with damage based off of how much mana you put into it. Unfortunately, you are not very precise with your mana control. In fact, you're quite bad at it, actually. Meaning you can only do this in intervals of 3 mana. Meaning, how much mana do you want to put into this slash? The more it will push, but the more damage it will do. So the more damage it'll do and the more it can push, the more you put into it. However, yeah, like I said, Bobby. Remember, it has to be intervals of 3, and it has to be below your max mana unless you want to pass out.
We'll do 21.
What?
Okay. So you guys watch as Zeraphim pours a bunch of shadow, his own shadow forming into a sword, as he throws it with great force, like almost coming out like a chakram of shadow, as it strikes into the creature, completely bypassing through the storm aura and rending it straight in half. As its top part, the top where its head would be, it's flung across the arena and thrown into the brambles on the ground, its legs falling one to each side, just melting away into blood and goo. The creature stops screaming for but a moment before it looks down to its torso and begins screaming in absolute agony. Initiative order continues as the storm dissipates around it. Anyways, that's the end of his turn. And Kenji, it's your go, bud. What do you want to do? So you see this clearly humanoid entity now on the ground, cut in half. Like let's just say 60 feet away from you. The arena was ovaloid, I suppose, just for the sake of you actually being able to reach it within the time period. If you want to do something, I'll be nice. Like I said, I'm trying to balance nice and mean pretty evenly. So I'll be nice here and say, you can get to the creature with your movement. But you see this humanoid creature covered in its own blood, looking at its torso as it's rapidly losing blood on the ground. What would you like to do, Kenji?
Is there? Well, I'm gonna try and get it out of where it is, but now I feel bad for it. I wonder if.
You see it clearly having you roll. You know what? I'll let you as a free action. So bonus action. Remember, the higher the action cost, the more words you get. So if you want to say something, it's bonus action at this point. But I'll let you as a free action roll a perception check on it if you would like. If you would like a mix of a medical and a perception check. We'll call it just a check. But yeah, go on and roll a d20 if you would like. You don't have to if you want to keep the action, however.
Oh no, I want to because the information is pretty good. It's pretty powerful. Let's see. 17.
You see, it is clearly has a mix of emotions on its face. It looks sad. It looks sorrowful. It looks in pain and absolute agony. It has minor anger on its face, but it's completely overshadowed by everything else. And it has disappointment and a slight glimmer of hope and peace in its eyes, but it seems to be fading quickly. With just a sorrowful expression, slowly coming to terms with its own death, it would seem. Slight anger, and just overwhelming disappointment and sorrow, and a bit of guilt, with only a small amount of hope left in its eyes.
All right.
I'll be nice to you, Tai Serena. Okay, I'll be very nice. Since you rolled good, same rules as before. I'll give you information for free because there's something you could do here. And I don't think you're thinking about it, but I am. So I'll be nice one last time. But from this point on, I need a mean to balance it out before I'm nice again. I'll let you roll a d20, 15 or higher, 30% chance. I give you information for free. I give you a hint.
If I don't get it, can I say what I think it is? And if it's right, can you tell me?
If you get above a 10, I'll let you do that. Yeah, sure.
All right.
If you get above 15, I'll tell you outright. If you get above a 10, then I will let you tell me. 17 again. Okay. This creature is cursed.
I
And
know
it's
what to
been
do.
here for a very long time. Yeah, okay. You know that one of your beads is not going to be enough, though. But you have a bonus action that you can use to summon 2, and you have 1 active.
Yes.
Okay, what do you want to do, Kenji?
Can I describe how I do this?
Of course, yeah. Please do, actually.
You would see, to like when Seraphim like you choose the thing to like you use his big shadow blade. You would see Kenji kind of like his own like his like his like limbs are locked, and he's just standing still. He's staring off into the distance, and from like many people doing really do this, but his brain cells are thinking extremely hard, so much so that it takes clearly all of his brain power to clearly think of a solution, and then he gets a nosebleed and an idea. So then he uses his tail, uh, and then Gerard. I don't know if this counts, but I'm just gonna say it for like Hilaire and stuff. He's just like, I have an idea, and he will go to the thing and he will draw like I. The way that I could describe it is like a like a runic symbol. It's not more of he's trying to think of drawing. It's more of he doesn't know what he's drawing, but it feels right in the moment. And then he will summon more jade beads, place them in a triangle. I would say place them. Uh, how many do I have to use, Rise? Like 3 or 4?
3. You need to use 3, yeah.
I would put
No.
the 3 into a triangle in the little like cool like aura circle, and then I would get on my knees and use my beads to purify it.
Okay, so you fall to your knees and begin praying over this creature, and at first it seems confused, but then a warm sensation filled it, and red wisp began to flow outside of it and into these now glowing beads as green energy pavilions flowing into it.
While I'm purifying it, the one thought in my mind, because Kenji also wants this. So it's more like a understanding of like me knowing what he also wants, and the one word that I think of is freedom and peace. Well, that's 2 words, but freedom. Because I try to relieve this thing of its sorrows and pain by purifying it.
This ritual continues, and that's your turn. Unfortunately, it takes you a while to do this ritual. It's worth mentioning. So you're just in silence, thinking at it, clearly in a show of reverence and respect. And it is now your shared turn, Zeraphim and Kamo. What do you want to do?
The thing was right in front of me when it got bisected. Yeah.
Yeah, you literally watched this, and like the storm dissipated as soon as it was cut in half, and you just watched as its legs that fell apart. It looked almost like it had already been like this hurt real bad, and you saw like this face, like this very just human face, not quite human, as it is like a strange it's not quite a human creature. It almost looks like it has like the pattern of like a night sky that has turned red or a morning sky that had turned red. So like blues and reds and magentas covering its flesh with like slight horns or piercings upon it. You're not necessarily 100% sure. And you saw this face just look at you, and it was in agony the moment the blade, before the blade hit it, and it was in even more agony the moment afterwards as you watched it get flung away and severely. You just, quite frankly, decimated. You know that. I'll roll a d20, and I will give you a +5 and a circumstantial +2 as well. So +7 to this roll.
Okay.
The DC is like 19, though. Fair warning.
The natural 20.
Nat 20. This creature can't survive. There's absolutely nothing you can do. But it seems to be at peace as it's being cleansed. And you quickly come to the realization the trial was to save this creature. It was to purify it as, or to otherwise save it from the storm, to relieve its pain in some way, as something that the order itself could not do with their magic. As you kind of start to put two and two together with their ritualism, at least some type of its practicing, and it's the same type of magic that keeps it bound, but this magic seems way, way older. The curse that had infected this creature, you likely think they could not do it, and as such, your goal was to, save it, and you're looking at it, and it's completely dismembered on the ground. It looks like spoilers, but it's been 2 years at this point, so I don't really care. It looks like the aftermath of the Sakuna fight. It's bad, and you're surprised it's hanging on this long. It seems to be hanging on by sheer willpower alone. But medically speaking, it's losing too much blood. This type of damage, if it happened in a super advanced hospital or you had someone with a very powerful healing ability, perhaps you could save it. But in the current circumstances, you don't think there's anything.
For Kamo in this moment, we're gonna roll a mood check.
Okay.
Okay. Cool-headed. Its legs are apart from the rest of the body. Yeah.
Yeah, they like almost completely melted on the ground. The sheer force of the impact. The body flew back, but the legs like snapped forward, and they were already severely damaged. As hovering off the ground due to being trapped inside the storm. It also is likely where you shot with the bioelectricity, as the bioelectricity primarily damaged the storm and not the body. You don't think you caused this creature any significant pain in the alleviation based off of lightning. And then similarly, the Kenji Pulse Strike seems to have also hurt the lightning, hence why the lightning damage was slowing down in the battle. Since you got nat 20, I'll just tell you that. You see that the damage was primarily happening to the storm, but you realize that's because Kenji's abilities are purifying in nature. He got hit with pure jade, which removed a piece of the curse at that moment, and you just dissipated the effects of the curse, meaning you probably hurt him, the guy inside, a little bit, but like negligibly. But yeah, like his legs are just completely like melted in front of you as you look at Kenji performing this ritual of purification on him, holding his hand. You now see as he's reached his hand out and is holding Kenji's.
I
Can I join next to Kenji?
Kamo will grab by the back of your shirt. No. It's not appropriate. I told you not to do it. What are you going to do? You killed him. You think he wants to see you?
No,
Let Kenji guide him to peace. And with what little time you have now, you need to figure out what you're going to do. And if you can, even atone for it.
That's the end of your shared turns as it comes back to you, Kenji. You're holding both this man's hands, having gone from the prayer. And something of intrigue happens.
Hmm?
He opens his eyes and locks them with you, Monkey Man. And he says, in an ancient tongue that you do not understand whatsoever, he says something to you. But in the back of your head, it's almost as if the two of you are linked in this moment. And he says, "You've saved my soul, even if he's damned my body. For that, I am eternally grateful. Let me do what I can. Let me do the same for you." And beyond the red energy flowing out of him and into the beads, you feel him give his life willingly, knowing that he's going to go anyways. He sacrifices every last watt of mana he has, giving up the fight on life to transfer them into you. So energy flows from his hands into
the
yours,
which just bleeds.
and his body melts away in front of you. And where previously this large creature stood, there's now a small creature. A creature that looks like what you can only imagine to be the little coconut guys, but without the without the coconut. What they look like underneath, as he floats away as wisp, dissipating from reality, leaving his final words and his final.
I was about to say, if I did see the pillow body, I think unconsciously, Kenji would just try to give it as much comfort as it can before it passes away. Not even like noticing, does he? He's like,
You hold it to your burr as it floats away, turning ethereal and floating away from this arena. Now this blood at your feet, and you have purified the curse of the flesh of Tawari. As such, one, you gain an aura point, and two, you gain the final gift that he could grant you. It's not much, but it lets you unlock one of your less cool abilities early. You can summon 2 Franks.
let's go!
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
You gain a new monkey that you can summon. They are
Alright.
unupgraded, unfortunately, though. That you still need to evolve for that, but
Yeah.
you get a new monkey.
Rankin Bill.
Thing. Since you know, common name is one. Common name prank, so I'm going to name this one, but that's not. Oh, no, that's a later thing, as I will just sit there in my.
Weirdly, the name kind of comes to you because the creatures are called Kakamora. You should call it Mora.
I will.
There
I
you
will
go. You have Frank
after-
and Mora now.
I will after. Was it a man or a woman?
It was these creatures, it's kind of hard to tell, but when it was in its more humanoid, like evolved yet horrifically cursed state, it looked masculine.
Wait, I didn't know. Okay, if it was like a, to like Spanish, that's like a coming in masculine terms. Just how I didn't know like if I should use it in like a masculine or
Call it Moro. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. You could call it Moro, so it's not like word for word the guy. It's named after him in his honor, and not like
yeah.
literally his name. So yeah, I think that's fair. So you have Frank and Moro now. They both share the same stat block. You just can summon them. You can summon them as the same action or separately, up to you. Completely up to you. But you gain that ability as he willingly transfers what little energy he has left into you, and you return to your group. A sense of sadness stricken you, but also a sense of relief knowing that he has passed on and has been freed of this curse.
I would just slowly walk up to Seraphim and and just say he was hurting. It was a curse.
You you did good. You freed him.
Why'd you attack him? We could have gotten him out. We all agreed we would try to get him out of the storm. Oh well, I guess it is fair because you didn't know that the storm was hurting it, but I
No, he was told by, to be fair, he was told by both you and Kamo. Both of you said, don't attack him, I'll get him out next turn. To be so fair, though. Yeah. I just say, because Kenji would know that if you're gonna RP it as like he's being optimistic about it, then that's fine. I'm just making sure that you as Tyson are aware in case, you know. But yeah, because
it was just more of like Kenji has been isolated in this entire thing, so he's not really used to social interactions. So when he sees that like someone just killed someone, that's not really surprising to him. What's surprising is like he could have saved this man, and it's just kind of, although he did save his soul, it kind of just like it makes Kenji sad that he couldn't have actually saved the man. So just kind of like, I mean, it's kind of cope with what's happening, even though he did save the man's soul.
So what do you two? We have like not a lot of time. Sorry, this one's late as it did, but I think it's a roleplay really fucking baller. If you guys want to do any more roleplay, any final roleplay, this is right now. And then obviously, I mean, Kamo, you know he failed the trial. You were supposed to save this man. You know this for a 100% fact. However, you wish to break that to him, roleplay wise, is completely up to you. But you guys know you have limited time as you see the brambles beginning to fall around you, but it's a very slow process as they're pulling back like one at a time. You're not sure if this is out of like anticipation or kindness to give you those moments. You're not sure the emotional intent behind it, but it's you, Kenji, and Zeraphim all sitting around each other at this point. What do you do?
Another failure. Kenji, also, by the way, Kamo is profusely bleeding at this point. He took a ton of damage from this thing.
I mean, is there any way that I can help Kamo?
No, it's fine. I deserve it. I deserve it. No, that's not me. I deserve it. No, I get it. It's fine. Uh,
I know I wasn't here for most much of the context, but what? Because he's kind of like all the adrenaline is getting out of his body. He's like now just like, what? What was that? What? Well,
A trial for his life. He failed.
After I leave this room, I will cease to exist. Well, I'll be imprisoned forever, more like.
oh, I I see.
Hmm. Why? You didn't answer. You never answered why. Why didn't you just listen?
I thought I would attack the storm. Not him. I didn't. I. I hoped it would attack the storm and push him out.
Believe the blade that you threw at him would push. You should have sent a force of blunt objects at him, or a push with your shadow, or like a wave. You sent a sword, a dagger. There's no point in me lecturing you here. You might get enough of a lecture once you go through that portal. You might not. I did what I could.
And so all the last brambles fall around. Zeraphim, do you have any final things to say to yourself, to Kenji and Kamo?
I I appreciate you trying, doing your best, both of you. If you could let Arson know what happened, that would be appreciative. Um, take care of him while he remembers. He says things he doesn't understand quite yet. He'll get there.
Right.
Man's over 500 years old. He'll get there.
As the brambles fall around you, you see you're in a strange area containing numerous relics and bookshelves, and this is likely a similar place to the place you found the heart of Tatiana, Zeraphim. Arena made around the already containment of this poor creature. And the old man approaches, and he will say, "You have failed 2 out of 3 of the trials. A simple introduction you have failed. A trial in which you were explicitly told at every opportunity, every time you have a choice between sin and virtue, you choose sin. And you did it again, refusing to listen to your partners. Every member of your compatriots had a methodology of battling the storm. The only way you could have done so is by splitting the damage with the creature itself. You couldn't have purified the curse, but the dragon could. He has the power slumbering within him. The strange abomination has it. The capacity to. Or you wouldn't say strange, you would say the kind abomination has the ability to. The Esper had the ability to. The only two who did not is you and Kamo. And while Kamo has the potential, I doubt you ever did. This was a test to see if you could show kindness, generosity, restraint, diligence, teamwork, anything the Order taught you. The fact you could see knowledge in front of you, to seek knowledge. And you have failed at every possible opportunity. So I offer you one final trial to escape here. Forge a new heart. You have 10 minutes. You can work with your compatriots if they want to help you. If not, you're free to come with me, Kamo and Kenji. The choice is yours. Know that you will not be held here regardless of his decision or yours. I have full intention to free you upon the completion of these trials and apologize that you were dragged into this mess. If we can do anything within reason to repay you, we will do so.
Sir, I don't know if there's anything that if there is one thing, can tell ask him if the if the per if the person with the curse, if his family is still around, because I would like to tell
He
them that.
shakes his head no.
All right.
We were unable to save him ourselves for many years. At some point, it was deemed an impossibility due to us not having power. Many of us practice old magic. The problem with this, I shall tell you a piece of secret information as thank you for your assistance. Mana, over time, became more abundant and built up inside of creatures, meaning our tolerance for it became higher. Old magic is fundamentally the usage of mana without an affinity. It can do anything, but the cost, any spell costs 100% of its mana usage. And it also costs, is 100% effective. Modern magics are based off of affinity. The cost of your specific affinity is dropped to a mere 20% mana usage, whereas its efficiency is raised to 120% of your 120% efficiency. And a final note. You may hit adjacent categories to your own affinity, but doing so massively increases the price and massively decreases the efficiency by a rate of about 40 per jump. An example being ice being able to become water, hypothetically, but it comes down to an 80% efficiency to a 60% increase in mana usage. The next one, a second jump being water to hypothetically steam, being 20% efficiency and 100% cost. Anything beyond that is completely invalid, as you would go to something in the next jump looking at about 200 times the cost in a mere a 2% efficiency, let's say. While exceptions exist, this is known to be the fundamental truth of mana manipulation, and the only differentiating factor between the old ways and the new. We simply did not have the efficiency to ever break through the curse of a god, even though the god is diminished, and even though the god is long dead and its power diminished, it would have been generations before we could have freed him. Simply killing him would have made his soul forfeit, and could have possibly caused a greater threat to emerge. So I humbly thank you for your service, Kenji.
I just wish that the family of that Takamura would know that it's in peace now.
He is with them now, if you believe in such a thing.
Thank you.
And he stopped bowing before looking back to Zeraphim and you, Famo. As I said, you have a choice to make. Will you stand by his side on the final trial, or will you leave now?
I gave you 3, and that's all I had. Maybe you'll surprise me here, but I won't be here to see it.
I understand. Thank you.
And he walks to the side of the man with the beard and the green cloak. Kenji, do you stand by Zeraphim's side for the final trial, or do you leave prematurely?
I would say, I would, I would, I wouldn't leave, but it would be more of I want him. Like I'll give the help that he needs, but I'm not right out going to help
Go
him.
out of your way to assist him. You're gonna stand there in the corner. If he asks for help, do what he says, but nothing else. You're not gonna put input. Yeah.
Because this is more of we tried to tell him about the trial, even though he did his own thing to help. It wasn't the thing that I was needed, and so now this is going to be a trial of himself. This is his trial. So even though Kenji wants to help him, this has to be a
You
trial.
learned that, yeah. You learned that he didn't listen, and now it's his turn to see if his words hold any value since his ears did not. I see what you mean, yes.
Yes.
So the thing is, you can clearly tell a change in your other companions' personalities, honestly. Ambrosio and Turo will walk to the side of the green cloaked man, and Arson will stand by your side, but for the first time, he looks at you with a sneer. A resentful sneer.
Mm.
I see, says the man as he teleports away. 10 minutes. Forge a new heart of Tatiana. And he teleports away with your 3 companions who chose to stand by his side, leaving you with an Arson and a Kenji, who are both essentially puppets to you right now, as they will do what you ask and exclusively what you ask. They won't help
Okay.
you with any ideas. For the sake of this X, you can be Arson.
I'm Arson.
I would say Rise. Me helping is not just like it's not just like me helping Seraphim. Kenji actually wants to like mm, even for like that like very short minute. He's kind of grown. There was a Kakamura, right? That he saved.
Yes.
he's gonna groan attached to them. I'm a, I'm a, I'm a, I'm he's gonna groan attached to the Kakamora as short as it may be, and he just wants to see the heart be made. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
so anyways, yep, you guys go. I'm going to actually set like a 5-minute timer, so we're not here forever because we're already like way past my 1B. But like I said, we're almost done. This is the last thing. Promise. So I'm gonna set a 5-minute timer. That's a 5-hour timer. Oops.
I can't believe
5 hours.
Okay, timer start now.
Okay, so I'm in the room full of artifacts and everything.
Yep,
As I'm looking around, does anything stick out to me that I would have seen
not
before?
at all.
No. Okay.
They baby-proof the room. You can tell that's what they were doing when the brambles were slowly being removed. They probably could have done it instantly. They took anything of legitimate value out and left you with the bare bones, like books and like scrolls, that sort of thing.
Okay. Any? Oh, Heart of Tiffany. Could I do any roll for this, or is this just out of my head?
You can do a roll, but you have super duper disadvantage, as in rolling 3 and taking the lowest of the 3.
Okay. We shall see. How bad does the dice god hate me today? 3.
3.
2 good
So
rolls
it's all
and
in
then
you.
that 3.
Yep, that would have been crazy if you got like a 13 instead.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
it's like completely on you at that point.
Okay.
I suppose, like I said, you could talk. I'll be nice and tell you, you could talk to Arson and Kenji, but if they answer, it's completely up to them, and that's completely up to the player at that point.
Okay.
I will allow metagaming, I guess. But like I said, that's if the player above game chooses to legitimately answer your question. So, shrug.
Okay. You said there's books and scrolls. Wants me to forge
Yeah.
a new heart. Is there like a central place in here that is to forge this new heart? Like,
Nope. I mean, there's like a basic blacksmith forge, but it's like just a normal blacksmith forge. Not magical in any way.
okay.
There's like a whittling station as well that looks like it used to hold relics. Like relics of wooden nature, like different runes and carvings, but it's empty as well.
I can remember what the heart of looks like, right?
You can.
Is there anything in this room that I could forge to look like that?
Wood. Normal ass wood.
Normal ass wood. Okay. I will ask in general, Arson and Kenji. I'm at a loss right now. I didn't know much about the heart. I could forge another one out of just wood, but that is not the heart. That is not forging the heart.
Yes.
Is there?
Well,
Can I?
Arson do.
I don't know what
I
Arson.
think I'm just one of his many personalities. So
Yeah, and one of his, I hate to do this, one of his many personalities is X, it turns out. Literally you.
fuck yeah.
Okay,
It's
there you go.
autopilot mode.
Canon, yeah. There you, like I said, because I said you can metagame, so fuck it. Arson is possessed by you. I know I said I wouldn't do this as much, but this is the perfect opportunity. So yeah, it's you. It turns out. Okay, timer restart now.
Okay.
You're lucky we're not. We're lucky
The
we're on Twitch. I
autopilot
have an
mode.
idea. You're lucky we're on Twitch because I have an idea, man.
What's your idea?
These cameras were off. Huh?
Oh. Uh-huh. Can I look through books for any reference?
No, you find absolutely nothing. These
Nothing.
books are these are hidden books, but none of them serve any value, as most of these are old spell tomes using old magic, telling different things and different ancient practitioners. If you were a practitioner of ritualism or had old magic like a normal devil would, this could possibly serve help, as it's a bunch of spells. However, they serve no real purpose here.
Any of the scrolls? Same thing.
The scrolls are just pre-inscribed spells. They could be used to cast an old magic spell, but most of these are incredibly unvaluable. Things like Featherfall or basic like water gun and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Sarah. You're kind of meant to fail here.
One minute on the clock. I took out the times I was yapping, so pause. So
Fuck. Okay.
Riley, can I give him like a? Could I actually? Is it a god?
No, he's just a guy with the
no,
powers of a god. Well,
he's just a guy with a god artifact likely made
Yeah.
from a dead god.
All right. Then could I ask him? Because even if he didn't follow God orders, I still feel bad for him. So can I ask him for a tiny hint for me to tell Seraphin?
He's not in the room.
Oh.
So no, but I'll give Tyson a hint, sure. I mean, I've been really crazy nice this session, so this is the last one being nice. By the way, I paused the timer on 48 seconds to yap. But my hint to you, Tyson, is follow your heart of hearts. Gut check. You know in your heart of hearts.
I know what he needs to do.
Yeah.
You know what he needs to do?
Yeah. I don't know. At this point, if Toby fails this, honestly, I will say this above game. If Toby fails at this point, I feel no remorse. I've given him every
No,
chance in game and have been nice at every opportunity. Let it go on record. I love my brother. That man's my little brother right there. If he fails this one, no remorse. Timer back on at 40 seconds.
shit. I have no fucking clue. God damn it.
Seraphin, just go with your heart of hearts. That's all I can say.
Go with my heart of hearts.
Just go with your gut.
Yeah, with your heart of hearts.
What the fuck? I guess I would. With nothing else coming to mind, I would forge a heart out of the wood that I see here and put it together. And then go ahead, sigh. I don't fucking know.
The 1 and the seconds up.
Okay.
So yeah, it is. I'll give you one more out so that I can truly feel no consciousness. Are you sure you carved the heart perfectly? We'll say, because technically you had 10 minutes in game. Though I guess talking above game's way quicker than talking in game would be. So well, I'll say you have 30 seconds in game. Not enough time to do anything crazy, but you could do one final thing with this fake heart, if you wish.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something you'd like to do with it?
I want to hold on to it, and as I'm leaking mana, right?
Yeah, everyone does. That's what aura is, essentially. The
Okay.
unique color of their mana.
I want to try to put 28 mana into this, and as I do, I'm going to think of all the villagers that helped me become who I was, the village chief. Think of all these people as I just hold on to this item and think about everything I've been through and what I could do if this one thing. Think about the actual heart and what it did and what it does. And that's it.
Okay then. A single question to you.
hmm
What does the heart do?
So the heart, it was the so not only did it keep communication center between it was I said it fucking the Feywild.
Mm.
It established a communication between our world and the Fey. And it was a part of a web of them. And it had the imbuement of I keep saying Tafiti. I know that's not it, is it? I keep thinking of Moana.
I see.
I
Okay.
keep every time I say I know it's not the heart of Tafiti because that is from Moana, but I
That
know
is
it's
from Moana.
but it imbues as long as as long as you pass the trials of drinking the sap from within, it imbues some of the power of Tatiana.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, go on and roll a d20, I suppose.
You cracked something there, bud. Congratulations. You're a quarter there.
I-
19.
19.
Okay.
He's getting there.
Not really. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I've been
Quarter of the
I-
way.
But okay. You pour as much of your mana into this heart as you can, and you pour as much in as you can, and you pour as much in as you can. And honestly, it seems pretty unchanged. It seems like the wood has grown darker. Uh, that's really it.
Okay.
As it blackens, being covered in shadow, you morphing a basic mana pew pew completely around it, and it eating the mana pew pew. As you will it not to harm it, but beyond that, it has just darkened the bark.
hmm
And the man will return with your companions. He just sighs, refusing to even look your way. As he takes the heart. You really are a barbed tongued devil. You are cast permanently from this order. And Kenji, you flinch for about a moment, as a similar divine punishment to what you were put through, the one that made you all fat and small, and put you through a lot of pain, is cast upon Seraphim. As you see beams of storm striking down at Seraphim's flesh, leaves wrapping around him, and absolutely annihilating him. This is more painful than any of your deaths combined, Seraphim.
hmm
All of them combined, actually, as it is ripping away at like your very essence.
And you remember all of the villagers, all their faces, and what has happened to them and what they meant to you. But their names are ripped away from your memories. Each one being inscribed upon a and a mark is emblazoned upon your back across the entirety of your back, which simply has translated. You don't know what it translates to actually, but runic patterns appear across your back. And any of the essence that was left over, any of the possible residual juju from the heart of Tatiana that still remained inside of your own chest, is rended from your body. And finally, it stops as you feel your save point move to right here as you regain 1 life. You are never to step foot within a library again. You are no longer a chronicler of history. The Vatican will be alerted to your location. Do with that what you will. The answer for reference was to say that you were at stake. Or to say, at the very first trial, it was to say you were at stake. Or your soul was at stake. Or your morals were at stake. The answer to the second trial was to save the man, if you could, but honestly, we would have been satisfied with simply alleviating his pain momentarily. The answer to the final one was realizing you can't do it. It was realizing that you were the key. The heart was never lost. It was you. And he shoves his staff forcefully into your chest and pushes you back. You were the heart of that community and all that was left, but you have defiled their memory. You do not deserve to have their names in your heart and your black, twisted heart. And you don't deserve to speak them from your barbed, forked tongue. May this serve as a lesson to you, for it is not my duty to eradicate one from existence. I have no heart for those sorts of matters. What they choose to do with you and what you choose to do with yourself from this point forward is up to you and you alone, weaver of fate. But I shall not be a part of your tapestry, nor should any other of our family. Hamo and Kenji, as you had stayed by his side the longest, I offer you my sincere condolences to place yet another burden upon you. If I could do more, I would. I offer you both a single wish, and if it is within my power, even if it is not within reason, I shall grant you this to make up for your task, to make up for the task that I have unfortunately had to bestow upon you. And he gets on his hands and knees and drops his staff to the ground and bows full-heartedly, groveling on the floor to you two. Simply request it, and if it is within my power, it is yours. And I can only pray that it settles the debt that I owe to you two. And then with you two saying your wish to him, that's the end of the session reel. So what do you want?
Gummo?
You saved my mom.
He will sigh, and he will say, yes, but it will lose the value that it had
Yeah.
within fate. I
Then
can,
can you help me?
however, yes, I can grant you one of each of the things you need for your hashtag cool guy quest.
Thank you for saying that, dude. I'm a bit appreciative.
And you can have one extra of one of the 3 categories you need.
Oh, cool.
So you get one of each. Mark down that you get one of each. He will give you
Okay.
Kakamora DNA. He will give you I don't really care what type of ritualism. We'll just say gut magic for the sake of it. We'll say alchemy. Internal
Fun.
alchemy. He gives you internal alchemy ritualism, and then he gives you insert sect practice here. He'll give you the sect practice of the chroniclers.
Martial sack. Okay.
So what extra do you want? Remember, you can't get 2 of the same thing. So if you ask for DNA and he gives you like fucking harpy, if you come across a harpy later on, you can't take their
Yeah.
DNA to like whatever, you know.
I want another martial sect.
May this serve use to you. And he will hand you a textbook. And you know in Scissor 7, there's like a textbook that has like the secret teachings in it and it looks like a silly like hand-drawn comic book?
Yeah.
He hands you that for the Jade Sect. However, this puts out a complicated question now, Combo, because you can eat this book, and if you eat the book, it's destroyed, but you gain the sect knowledge. Or you can give it to Kenji, and Kenji can learn from it and increase his proficiency with the Jade Sect practice. However, that might not make him good enough for you to be able to harvest some of the information from him. So there's a risk. But you can do whatever you wish with it. He gives it to you, and it's yours to keep forever.
And that's not.
I know
Can you
what I have to do.
I
What am I gonna do with this bullshit, Tyson? Take it. I don't want this bullshit Jade sect. I'm not gonna learn that. Take
Okay.
it.
And then so Tyson, what is your wish?
Kenji was gonna be like, if you can't, could you save my father?
No.
The boy's cooked, dude.
Yeah, no. That guy's so fucked, dude. No. You can't do it. No.
That's what I thought.
No, fuck me, dude.
Uh,
All Seraphim needed to do was watch Kung Fu Panda 1.
all
I
you need.
realized that the secret ingredient was him.
Yeah.
That's why Kenji knew. He had in-depth lore on Kung Fu Panda. It's
True.
really
Okay.
like he has
But
Kung Fu
but what's
Panda.
your
You said it
I
yourself,
can give your wish.
right?
what's your
Sorry,
wish, Kenji?
the if I can't save my father directly, may I get the strength to potentially save him?
Listen. You are not a mortal man anymore, Kenji. You're also not a monkey. In case that was not a but well, you are a monkey. But that's your okay, look, Kenji. He grabs you in his hand. You are a Yagwai. Your mortal form was destroyed. That monkey that you used to be is gone. And there's a core within inside of you, which, if nourished, can help you along the path of ascension and cultivation. I can unlock the next step of cultivation, but Yagwai are punished by reality in order to grow stronger. If they survive the heavenly punishments that have followed, you will ascend to your next step. But I cannot choose when this heavenly strike will happen upon you. If I unlock this part of your core, then you must be prepared at all times to survive the coming strike.
And by strike, you mean the strike that killed my mortal form.
Yes. And if you are not prepared, it will kill you. And if it does not kill you, but you do not survive it, if that makes sense. Cough, cough, you get knocked unconscious or otherwise are rendered severely injured. It will set you back to 0. You will maintain the power you have now, but you must work to the stage in which you can take the trial again. Are you prepared for me to do that?
No. As much as I would want to be prepared, I'm not yet.
A wise decision. Well, third time's the charm. What do you want?
He'll see. He'll see in his head. First, he tried to help his father, and then he tried to gain something to help his father. And
Help yourself.
if
What? Who said that?
I would like to deal with the magical floating thing in my headset and evolve myself.
No, like lock in, bro. Just get some training in. Ask for a 9 to fucking 5 at their McDonald's, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
I see. He will simply nod. I shall grant you one final gift to you and all of your friends. To settle this debt, you may all stay here. Certain areas will be warded from your entry, as I'm sure you understand.
Mm-hmm.
But you will be
Yes, sir.
given any access that an adept of our order could have. Any hidden knowledge you find, any object you wish for the taking, and any training you wish to do here. And I will leave you with this privilege on a trial basis of 1 month. If you wish to stay a member of our order, perhaps there is some conversation to be had at the end of that month for certain duties that must be done in the wake of. He looks to Zeraphim. If you choose to help us, we would be much obliged and would continue to assist you. If not, then it was a pleasure having done business with you. Until this month is over, a 31-day month, cough cough, you will be a member of our family. I welcome you humbly. You have 1 month to do with as you see fit, as I said, within that clearance. And he'll give you one final bow and teleport away, leaving you with Seraphim. Is there any one last piece of roleplay you want to do? He's allowing Seraphim to stay, but Seraphim he has no clearance essentially. So you can take him with you, but you're responsible if he does anything. You have like a depth clearance, which is like a step above novice and a step below in like fully inaugurated member. He has like novice stature, like lowest of the low. So like there are some places that even with your approval he can't go to. But like if you wanted to take him to the library or the training thing to spar or whatever, he's allowed to stay for that month. But then afterwards he's kicked from the sect until, like I said, perhaps there's a chance that if you choose to stay, he could be re-inaugurated. And Seraphim, you would know that. That if they choose to stay and help with everything, there's a chance to redeem yourself in their eyes, perhaps. But
Okay.
for right now, you're on like the shortest of leash. You might as well be in a gimp suit and attached to console.
Gotcha.
Why does it have to be me, man? Ugh.
Zerafin is still on his knees after experiencing so much pain. This is the first time he's lost memories ever, and he is reeling from that. He does not know how to feel right
Yeah.
now. Like he keeps searching for those names. He sees their faces and he's just trying to remember what that person's name is. Like he's going through each of them. He can't think of it, and it is hurting him.
Yeah, this isn't the place. I'm gonna princess carry Seraphim to like, I don't know, a bedroom and then toss him onto a bed.
You do
Um,
so.
he he has tears. His eyes have been welling up this whole time. I don't even know if demon devils can fucking cry, but he's like,
To quote a
Devils
video
may
game.
cry.
No, to quote a video game, devils never cry, and you've proven yourself a true devil. You've lost the ability to cry.
That's why it says may.
True,
It doesn't say you will.
but the thing is that it proves that Dante's not a devil, dude, because he can't.
Well, no, that's the thing. Brief Devil May Cry lore. There is a slight distinction between devils and demons, because Dante is half human, and so generally speaking, when they refer to as a demon, because Thunderbird in the first game cried, but when Mundus called him for his loyalty, when he could no longer serve Mundus. So certain demons have the capacity to show emotion and cry, but a devil is a truly evil creature who has no concept of remorse. So Mundus would never cry. Hence why the thing is called Devil May Cry, because some do, because they're not really devils, they're like demons or whatever, or half devils or whatever you want to call them. And others are like Fool, Gone, Mundus, Savos, those sorts of things.
I can't believe it, guys. You said the title. He did it. He said
I
it.
can't believe that's the name
Guys,
of the
this has
episode.
been. Guys, I can't believe it has been Gnostic Rising, Journey to the West.
Journey to the West.
Dun-dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
The name of this episode is Devils Never Cry.
Yeah,
devils
yeah.
can't cry.
Devils never cry. But no, that's the episode real.
That's
Like
that.
I said, sorry it lasted so long, but honestly, it was pretty dope as fuck, and we got done
Yeah.
with this. Yeah.
I
I
told
thought it
Lucian,
Good.
these mini sessions always end up having crazy shit happen whenever I'm in them.
Always.
True. Whenever you're not in them, the mini sessions never get anywhere, by the way. Generally speaking,
Yeah,
like, I'm not
yeah.
even kidding. And most of the other, and I'm sure Toby can confirm this, and every other campaign we've had, hey, do you want an extra session, you know, like, short little cutesy session, or whatever, or hey, we didn't get nearly as much done as I wanted to last week, would you be willing to do an extra game? Any game that has not involved you and has had an extra session gets, like, nowhere. They literally get like maybe like the progress that we didn't get done in the previous episode done at max.
We love a plot mover. Also, goodbye, guys. Bye, Twitch.
Oh,
Bye.
bye bye.
I miss you, Twitch.
Bye bye.